Hey listeners, this is your host, Cosmic Naruto. Thank you so much for being here. You can check other videos too. Now let's get on to the video. A thick fog blanketed the moss-covered ground, surviving defiantly in the face of its sunlight nemesis in the sky, but what one could truly notice about this fog was that it was more magical in nature than was nature. As it didn't seem to spread out, nor was it lifting under the midday sun. Instead it seemed to just dance around the area it was in, as if content with its current surroundings and had no intention of leaving. Silent as it slowly creeped along the plush surface of the ground and brushed against the damp moss that seemed to sparkle in the dew that survived and was twinkling in what little of the sun's rays were allowed to penetrate the dew's protector, only hindered by the white fabric that would interrupt its mindless nature. The bright near blinding light that it gained from reflecting the sun's TTEMPT to dissipate it, only darkening in a spot where a shadowy silhouette of the bring drabbed in a near white robe that stood lazily in the fog, staring out of it to a great hill, or was it a mountain in the far distance, upon which sat a great city, sat comfortable as and perfectly as if it was the location that grew up around the city and not the other way around. Towers and spires could be seen lifting into the air with shining spike of the many building looking like spears raising up to greet the new day's sun. Its opulence and grandeur apparent even from this distance, standing out amongst low-lying tilled land around it, as if demanding that the world look at it and try to deny its right as one of the greatest cities in the No continent. The being itself was something that at first glance would have had even the most powerful of wizards feel fear in their hearts, with lesser ones running in fear from its presence, as if you were to stand near it you could feel the great amount of anger and hatred roll off its form like agitated waves crashing against a lonely shore, creating a more suffocating atmosphere than the very fog that surrounded it. Its eyes gave off a blazing red, nay, orange glow, more in the shade of an angry sunrise than a blood-like color most would believe it should match, and so intense its focus was on the city in the distance that if possible it would be rendered to would combust under the pressure. Draped over its shoulder and held in a fine silk band was thick lush red hair winding down to the calmly rising chest of the being to whom it belonged to. Its face a terrifying beauty, as the sun mixed with the being's presence only enhanced its already vivid details and gave it an almost godlike appearance, with not a single blemish or feature out of place, with its thin ruby lips under a sharp nose that led to a slightly pointed chin, all on a near pale white celestial skin that basked in the sun's rays. The white kimono that hugged its form was decorated with red swirls and flowers that could be identified as fire lilies, wrapping around slender but well-maintained and perfected body, opening at the top slightly to allow for a slight peek at hest area that would make most females jealous and halt most men in their tracks. The now identified female being had one more trait that would make it impossible to identify it as a human event in its current form, and that was its 9 large, proudly displayed and well-groomed tails that flowed out from behind its form, each one easily the length of the female's body and tipped with white fur. The were fanned out behind her, swaying gently in the light breeze while being held up to give her form an almost peacock-like appearance by this very act, as the very thought of one of her most prized beloved features even having the chance of touching the ground would send waves of disgust and denial, though her not only her mind but her very being as well. In her a deceivingly delicate hand she clutched protectively a glass cube that contained a gold haze with a dense center that was moving lazily around its confines as if not worried for its current predicament. Her powerful claws retract to make sure it didn't damage the container, even if she knew it would take a far greater power to even scratch the glass, let alone break it. Her other hand rested on the hilt of a katana, the blade of which sprung out from the maw of a fox-shaped head handle which had 9 red tassels on its base and red gems for its eyes. The blade itself had an array of strange symbols that were arrayed across its razor-sharp edge, and on the flat side an image of a great 9-tailed fox running across the length of the blade, whose tails made it look like it had sprung out of the maw of the fog-headed handle. Kueki stood on the soft ground, staring in the distance at the city, inspecting its inhabitants both physical and magically, as if staring at an insect and determining if it was worth the effort to stand on or not. For while no normal or even magical creature, be they human, elf, demon or even devil to some extent, could ever hope to see anything for where she was standing, Kueki was decidedly a proudly not in that category, as indicated by not only her ethereal appearance she gave off but also in her ability to not only see the city with near perfect accuracy at such a distance but also Nearly all the energy around her, both magical as well as emotional. Such an ability was starting to create some doubt in her mind as to the plan she had originally formed, and was leading her opinion to form a new plan. One less likely to cause larger problem and more complication for her goals down the line. The suffering she felt, along with the surprising amount of indifference that these hands showed to others of their own race based solely on riches and station, was enough to make her want to snuff out life in the land she stood in. But she knew she couldn't go through with that thought, as she had learnt long ago that when threatened, even with other options, humans fought with a great amount of tenacity and surprising power, being able to pull some of the most surprising results and techniques out of only the gods know where to protect themselves, even if it at the unwanted side effect of allowing the part of their species they detested survive as well. No, if change was to happen, it needed to be like a slow-moving medicine, introduced to the body in slow and incremental amounts, so as to ever so slowly but effectively mend the rifts and division in humanity while never rting the ever-skeptical race to just how much change was happening and where it was originating from. That being said, the power levels that these humans showed were in some ways quite varying, with power levels of humans in the city on the hill much greater than many of the humans in the lower laying land. This being due to the so-called royalty and nobility having far greater reserves of power in general than those outside of it, evidently from breeding with each other and the once-in-a-while injection of new untainted energy into the blood pool by those who showed potential of benefiting the upper echelons of the society. But in the long run, Kueki knew that power could only amount to so much and was only one part of the formula that made up the ultimate goal of nearly all beings, which was greatness. As brains, along with the willingness to go beyond one's potential and the bonds one forms with others, were also needed in order to dive one to the ultimate goal. For one cannot truly be great without the will to do so, the knowledge to make it so, the power to get them there, and the bonds to acknowledge and fuel the drive to achieve better. These traits not only needed to be present in the being but also needed to be nurtured, as there was no hope in one being able to make it to greatness without an abundance of all four. It essential needs to be the perfect blend of what when nature and nurture combine and work together. And from what she can feel from where she stood, there were very little humans that possessed even half of these traits, let alone all four in the quantities needed to achieve what truly mattered. She knew that if her plan was to succeed, then all these traits must be ingrained in her charge and then cultivated, and that once completed, the finished result would not only be a land but also a being that could not only stand the test of time and all its consequences but also shine brighter than ever before and be a beacon for others to aspire to. For them to take up the light and keep it going and make a better world than they arrived in, all the while giving her charge the recognition and praise they deserved. Closing her eyes for a brief second, she could still remember what had driven her down this path to this plan, for better or for worse. Flashback. She could feel her prison shaking and see the lights darkening. Here is the once water that lay at base of her prison bars surge forward and backwards as if in the presence of a hurricane, violently roaring as it smashed against the bars, and taste the pain and anguish in the air around her. The cause of this great calamity in her mind was multiple factors, one of them being her very emotions at the time, which were a mixture of both fear and a great anger. Fear of what ends after the lights finally went out and her prison and world becomes black, anger at the foolish and disgusting insects that were the main cause of this calamity, but maybe insects was the wrong label to use on them. Yes, monsters was probably a better term, for what else could you use to describe a mob of humans that would hunt one of their own young down and burn them alive? And all the while during this great atrocity they were singing and dancing around the fire while some would be throwing more fuel on it. Her disgust and anger growing even larger when she noticed that among their numbers were those sworn to protect the peace and those in need, shinobi laughing and chatting away as if it was a barbecue and all they were doing was having some drinks while their food cooked, as if in reality it was not a small child who was slowly being cooked alive. Never before had she felt such anger and hatred for humans, not even when under the control of that damned pink-eye freak or first sealed away by the tree-happy weirdo. Never before has she felt such shame at her powerlessness to help the one true innocent party in all this, but also anger at herself for adding to their suffering by intentionally sending her host nightmares and depriving them of sleep in some sick way of getting revenge for the years of imprisonment she had to go through and the years yet left to complete. No, True despair and anger came at the unintended effects that her warden had for holding her and what it was causing. Now, to most the benefit of increased healing and strong body that came with being a part of an illustrious bloodline like the Uzumaki's, with the effects being further increased due to the regenerative abilities of her chakra and powers, would be a godsend and would in truth make someone very hard to kill. But in this case it was the greatest of curses, for as the child burnt he regenerated his burnt skin, and any lost blood would also be recreated, muscles would heal and eyes would regrow after being melted, only to burn all over again as the fire he was in was kept going. So long as she had Charka and the seal kept working and sapping it away, her host would undergo the most twisted version of a phoenix rebirth ever. She could feel the pain and the hopelessness of her warden, feel how a light that had once resisted all other darknesses was now starting to dim from the ons. Laughed of pain mixed with hopelessness and despair, and how the soul was slowly starting to go insane from all the strain that it was being put under. She wanted nothing more now than for the child to die and to no longer have to wither away in front of her from its traumatizing experiences, and would even consider letting these tormentors have a quick death if they provided it, but she knew that would never happen, as the hatred of these monsters was too great and their sick intent too driven to even generate that idea, let alone play with it. See what you have wrought, Yondaime Hokage. You have successfully saved this cesspool of inhumanity and murdered the light. I hope you suffer for eternity in the death god's stomach, for even then it would not be enough to match the pain your son feels now, raged Kuiki internally as she started to slam herself against the gates of the prison, hoping against hope that something would happen, but like usual her request went unanswered. Soon the I table happened, as it always does to those who can no longer stand the hatred that they feel, and a great sorrow took its place with pain as its ever-familiar companion. Hearing the screams of the victim and the laughs of the victors made her start to question her own purpose for the first time in a millennia. What is the point in having great power if I'm unable to use it? I was charged with preventing the dark side, this dark side of humanity, from taking over. But I became so immersed in their dark energies that I gave into my own hate. Madara's nature drove me even further, and the enslavement of my siblings drove me off the proverbial cliff, and now because I failed to prevent myself from falling to such a weak emotion, a child is being tortured in front of me. Is this my punishment? Am I to stand vigil, trough out this, and lose what little compassion and sanity I have left for failing in my first duty and promise? As she was being devoured by these thoughts, she stared on and opened her senses to what was happening, as if to add fuel to the already painful emotions she was experiencing, wanting to experience and understand in some way the suffering he felt. They say it is only when the dark is at its greatest do you start to notice even the tiniest bits of light, and while she lay there experiencing the world as it was around her, the light shone like a burning sun to her, and she finally gave way to an idea on how to stop all this in some twisted form of a solution. She started to act on her thoughts immediately, as any time spent on thinking more on it was impossible in the current conditions, and she wouldn't let her now decided on charge suffer one more second if possible, for in the end all beings must pay a debt, and she would be the willing collector and investor in that debt for the first time. Death is a peculiar phenomenon, its universal and inevitability striking fear into the very core of any sensible being, as one can never know the end of a story until gets to it, and once they are there the rest of the story becomes meaningless. So the mystery of what comes after death has always been a closely guarded secret by those who understood it, and the Nature of death was an even greater guarded secret. Kuiki was a being that had lived for a very long time, and during that time she had learnt more knowledge than any entity alive on the elemental nation, even more than her father. And one of the things she learnt or invested in learning about, because she dealt it out so often and usually violently in her adolescence, was death and all of the forms it came in. And right now she could feel the death energy fluctuating around her. One moment it was there when her warden was just about to embrace it, and the next it was gone as her warden was healed. When he was near death again, the energy of death would appear once more only to vanish as he was healed again, and so the brutal dance went on. But as the death energy was being summoned and dissipated repeatable, a new phenomenon occurred. When a cracked or broken bone is healed, there is always some form of a scar or mark left behind to mark the injury, and over time if the same thing keeps happening, those leftover marks increase in size and severity, and the once stable bone that was healed so many times is now beyond saving. The same principle can be assigned to death energy, and what happens When a being is near death but escapes it, and this is what was happening to her warden, and should this horrible cycle continue on for another couple of hundred times, he would eventually die, as the death energy left behind would be greater than his life force even after healing, and would override it and lead to the snuffing out of the holder's life. Now she had no time, not the inclination to that amount of time, and let both her warden and herself experience the hundreds of deaths it would take to get there, but thanks to the secondary actions of the foolish Yondaime during the sealing, she didn't have to. For when he sealed himself in the stomach of the death god along and took with him her yin charka, he essentially created a link between her charka in the realm of death and her charka in the realm of the living. Charka is charka, and linked together no matter if it's yin or yang, as it will always search out to find its dance partner and try to reconnect with it, and as it was AF. Or energy and not complete, it couldn't be destroyed nor could it be converted to death energy, as it usually is when a being with charka dies. And in the split moments that the death energy was at its height in her container, she could feel her yin charka in the death realm reach out to reunite with its yang half. If not for the seal that prevented her charka from leaving until the bearer died, her yang would meet up with her yin in the death realm, and she would in essence die, as death had a far tighter grip on her yin charka than she had on her yang in the realm of the living. But because the seal was there and blessed by the death god himself, it was like an immovable anchor in the realm of the living that she was essentially tied to, and by using this anchor she could reach out right time she felt their yin charka and drag it back to her. Now, while normally this would increase her reserves and complete her, it also had a very frightening if not somewhat amusing side benefit. For, while she dragged the yin charka to her, she was also able to increase the flow of the death energy as well, as by forcing her charka back to her, it was essentially also bringing what death charka was attached to it to the host body as well, increasing the flow of death energy by a tremendous amount. By her estimate, it would mean that within the next 10 cycles or so there would be enough energy to eventually let her warden die and not suffer further. Now, while this was one goal, there was another more powerful goal, due to the increased flow of death energy and the her yin charka coming directly from the death god himself, as it was technically in his stomach. It would mean that the chance of the death god not noticing the change was near non-existent, and when he did notice, it would lead to him investigating, as stealing from a god in any way was dangerous, and stealing from a death god was to spit in the fact of death itself, and therefore would lead him to her, and that is where the real plan would begin. They say gods don't care for anyone or anything unless it impacts them directly, and for once Kueki was proud to say that was correct in all sense of the word. It was no more than 2 cycles later that the mindscape of her warden darkened and the rate of death energy flowing out of the body stopped. The lights that were still dimming went out, and the fur on her went to high alert as a dark and menacing being appearing in front of Kueki. Purple in color, with great horns coming from its head and with a white kimono robe enveloping its body, and in one hand it held prayer beads while in the other it held a ritual knife. Its eyes were dark and brimming with restraint power, were glowering down at the perceived thief that would dare steal something belonging to death itself. For the same time in an age, the Kyubi no Kitsune bowed its head and body in reverence and penance for what it had done, as it wouldn't do to anger to very thing you want to make a deal with. My lord, I apologize for stealing from you that which is not mine to claim any more, but I must speak with you and wish to make a deal, said Kueki in a solemn tone. The eyes of the Shinigami narrowed, as if judging if what she had to say was worth the wait in just killing her for her insolence. When it made no movement or gesture, Kueki took it as an indication to proceed with her plea. My lord, as you know, I am sealed within the body of Naruto Uzumaki, paying for the crime of attaching the Leaf Village after I was released from his mother and controlled. If you cast out your senses to the outside world of this body, you can see that that host is being denied death, and by doing so the people of the Leaf are mocking you. She stops talking to allow the Shinigami to see what is happening outside and to collect her thoughts. The eyes of the death god flit to look over her shoulder and stare into the distance as if looking to a far-out place. The only indication that something was agitating, if not angering the death god, was the sound of the prayer beads grinding and groaning against each other, as well as the squeak of the knife handle as the being hands tightened ever so slightly. If this was done so the name of the death it was being prevented from claiming, or in the manner in which it was being done so was not said nor displayed, but as the knife had yet to descend upon Kueki, she continued CKLY, as she also felt the death energy in the mindscape get heaver and move more irritably. I wish to make a deal with you. Claim the soul of one Uzumaki Naruto when he is on the cusp of death next. As I know you are within you right to do, and you can have my soul and energy in its entirety when I die, instead of it dissipating and reforming, which is what is usually happening now. On top of that, let me have vengeance for my host on this blaspheming village before you claim me. This I ask as a favor, stated Kueki as she looked in the eyes of the Shinigami with resolve, as any sign of weakness would be rooted out if she didn't. For if this worked out, then Naruto would get both peace and vengeance for his death, and she might be able to regain some of her lost honor. The Shinigami looked at her and then opened its mouth for the first time. Fates, destiny, prophesy, I can't claim, came the short but raspy response from the death god. Fates, destiny, prophesy, what does that mean? Thought Kueki in frustration, as she tried to make sense of what the death god meant by that. Is Naruto part of some king of prophesy? If so, then his destiny is already laid out, and if that is the say, then he is protected by the fates, so not even death can claim him until he has complete the prophesy. Fucking prophesy, why do I feel like this is the Toad's fault all over again, thought Kueki in even more frustration as she tried to think of a way to bypass this. Death universal, destiny universal, fates universal, came a raspy sound from the death god. Does that mean what I think it does? Why is he saying this? Thought Kueki in both hope and in suspicion as a new and much more beneficial plan formed in her mind. Maybe she wouldn't kill the Toads if this worked out. Who was she kidding? She detest Toads after being sat on by one. Okay, new deal then. Let me find a body to reincarnate Naruto's soul in. If death, fate and destiny are universal, then no matter what world he is reborn and he can still complete what has been laid out for him, and you will eventually get to claim his soul. That should be worth a lot more than it is in its current state. If not, then we can wait the 2 or hours for him to die for real, unless those other two intervene somehow to protect Naruto, and if they don't, then this was destined to happen. No. Kueki responded again in hope as it lit in her eyes for the first time in a while. Yes. She would still die, but Naruto would get a change to live in a better life than he did here. The Shinigami's mouth twitched the smallest amount as if he was pleased. For some reason, and stretched his arms out while grasping his fingers tight around the objects in them. Both started flowing as the death energy in the air increased exponentially. All of a sudden bars to the cell started cracking and the seal started failing. Too light could be seen traveling from the seal into the Shinigami's beads, and when finally the dark energy was at its peak, the Shinigami swung his blade, cutting right though it, all the while swinging the beads over the now severed energy as it absorbed some form of dark golden energy that looked to be starting to fray. Kueki started to fade in the mindscape as it got darker and lost all concept of space and substance, and the Shinigami vanished, still wearing a small twisted smile while holding the new energy. The last thing one could see in the dark was a large set of white fangs curled in a smile that promised fire and blood in abundance to come. Konoha Forest. They mood in the clearing was one of jubilation for the simp. The reason of that, the greatest insult to the people of Konoha was finally getting what it deserved, and they all had a front seat to its execution. The fact the demon couldn't die due to its regenerative powers was a great unexpected plus, and they made sure to make use of it. The fire had been going for about 5 hours now, and the screaming of the demon was like constant sweet music to their ears, and made them all forget about what they had lost to it years ago. Some had lost sons, other daughters or father and mothers, some husband and wives or brother and sisters. Now all were getting their justly earned vengeance. It did not matter if the demon was sealed in the body of a child, as the child was already corrupted by the demon the second it was in there, and it needed to be destroyed. Who cared about an orphan brat anyway? And this did seem like the best way it could have happened. The child's body acted as the prison to the demon and let them hear through its screams what the demon was feeling. On top of that, they were doing their civic duty by banishing a demon from a possessed child. Maybe they could petition to get an reward from the fire temple. After all, they were doing their job for them. Some thought. No though was given to the child's suffering, and if it was unfair to him or if they should just make it quick, as mercy was not what this was about. Uruka, we finally did it. We finally avenged our families, and the demon is suffering, said a silver-haired man to a brown-haired individual that was sitting beside him drinking some sake. I know. Did you know if we didn't do this, I would have had to teach it next year how to be a shinobi? Can you imagine that? Stated the Now identified Uruka, horrified at the idea. Well, thank the gods for Kakashi then. And his ability to lure away its protection and trap the monster. Anyway, I need to go to relieve myself. Be back shortly, stated the silver-haired Chunin as he walked towards the fire that was burning. The silhouette of a child in it, and proceeded to urinate into the fire, paying particular attention to where he was aiming. To the side of the clearing, tied to a tree, screaming and weeping, were a man and his daughter. The ramen chef and his daughter were caught trying to protect the monster, so now they had front row seat to see what should happen to demons, or so they were told. Oi! Stop screaming or you will get far worse than just being tied up. You're demon's lovers and should be hoping to be purged of its influence once it's dead. If you keep screaming and making a noise, you will ruin this lovely night. We might need to discipline you even more, but don't worry, we won't touch you, old man. I think we can discipline both for you through you, daughter, shouted one of the men in the clearing while giving the girl tied to the tree a lecherous stare, which was being copied by some others once they heard the shouting. The chef's eyes blazed like an unholy fire, but then dimmed just as quickly as he realized how hopeless the situation was, and he hung his head and stayed quiet, motioning for his daughter to do the same, avoiding the reproachful stare he got in response, but nonetheless she followed suit. Suddenly the screams of agony originating from the fire stopped and was replaced with a deafening silence. Has the demon dies? It seems so. Finally used all its demonic powers in regenerating. What now? I say we piss on the ashes and then scatter them to the winds. While this twisted discussion about what to do with the child's remains, what happening Nay noticed that the color of the flames had changed color from an orange to a deep blood red. They did, however, notice when they were blown off their feet into the air by a powerful charka blast. Once he had orientated himself after being sent flying, Uruka turned in the direction of the fire, his heart stopping and eyes widening. His tanned skin, which was the envy of many and had gotten him into a few beds, had turned white as he was unable to comprehend what was in front of him. How has this happened? This wasn't supposed to happen. It was a demon-possessed child. It was supposed to burn with the brat. Not this. What have we done? Thought Uruka in pure dread as he looked up at the tall red fur-like lined pillars in front of him and had his eyes travel up them like gazing up a sick and blooded tree. Going up from the leg all the way to atop was a head that looked like a fox with large bunny-style ears, and then down the sleek trimmed body of the fox all the way to 9 flowing tails that waved behind it, knocking over and destroying much of the forest that was in its vicinity. He followed the fox's hand as it lifted itself up along with its tails, watched as it was ignited in a red fire that spread throughout its body and whose heat could be felt even from where he was standing, and then with a single motion that sounded like a hurricane winds came down so fast that he couldn't blink as he would miss it. He wished he had blinked. When the tails and the hand landed, it first sent a shock wave through the earth that could be felt from his toes to his skull. It reverberated around the body for a bit before traveling back down and before re-entering the ground all in a split second. The shockwave traveled on through the forest into the tall walls of the city and beyond. Then came the real carnage as the earth was ripped up out of the ground like a hand had come from the sky and plucked it up and was tossing it about, those close to the impact zone like the rain. Chef and his daughter died instantly with no pain. Those who were outside it tried to run or avoid being crushed by falling boulders that came crashing back down to earth. Not that it mattered much, as when the shock wave in the earth hit them, they were once again blown off their feet, only this time with the earth following them and landing on them. Uruka could only stare in horror as his friends and other who had come to what was supposed to be a celebration were crushed to death, until he noticed a shadow overtake his. Looking up, he saw a new set of boulders coming towards him and knew he could not outrun or dodge them. I'm coming to you finally, my beloved family, were his final thought as he was crushed under 20 tons of earth, his last sight being the angry visage of a giant fox. A dark horned figure looming behind it, a sick and twisted smile on its face, like it had achieved a victory that it had previously been denied. The same look was copied on the fox's face, but was mixed with a rage that set even the air around it on fire, it seemed. Once it had finished with the pests in the clearing, the Kyuubi turned its attention to the village, its hate for it prevalent in its red eyes as its wide gaping maw opened up and small balls of red and blue charka gather in front of it. In the villager, screams could be heard as people started to realize the danger they were in and heard the siren's sound used to alert people to evacuate the village. She saw as its shinobi forces ran towards her as if in some vain attempt it would help. humans might be ingenious and stubborn but they were not gods, and this time it was she who had won on her side. But it was too late, and unlike last time things were very different. She wasn't being controlled, so her attention and concentrate on was not on trying to regain control of her body. She didn't have a giant toad or a seal master to deal with or chains to contain her. Her anger wasn't split between too many people, it was now solely focused on the accursed village in front of her, and she came here not as a mindless controlled beast but as a being with great power in its possession and a plan on how to make its anger known. The was nothing and no one to stop her, and she knew it and reveled in the thought. Vengeance is swift, and a scorned woman's vengeance is even swifter, and she was a scorned female with near infinite Harka and a lot of vengeance pointed at not only at the village but at the world that failed to meet her father's expectations and imprisoned and tortured her siblings, for no matter how much they know. Yet her with their own weakness they were still hers, and she would have her vengeance in their name. An arm made of red fire came out of her torso, and with a swat that sent out a great shockwave of that ripped trees out of the ground that sent all the incoming shinobi flying back, with many of them impacted the great walls that now had a new purpose, that being that instead of acting as a defense against attacks acted as a cage to the people inside, and those that hit it died on impact. There was no Yondaime to teleport away the get-tailed beast ball that went traveling from the Kyuubi's UTH to the Hokage monument faster than most people could track. No Uchiha or Senju to contain the blast that ripped through the mountain face, wiping out the 4 faces that adorned as well as also killing anyone that was lucky enough to make it to the shelters, as in now became their tomb. The return blast traveled over the village, stopping only halfway to the wall, leaving anything within the blast zone little more than ash. On the outside of the blast zone, those lucky enough to get inside shelters would be probably survive, while those not in shelters would be luck to survive the backlash. Kyuubi then turned its head towards the sky and once again gathered charka in its mouth once more, but this time it was far greater than before. It poured nearly all its remaining charka into it, mocking the tailed beast ball the size of a mountain. It then swallowed it and proceeded to shoot it out of its mouth at a speed then boggled the mind in the direct of the thing that would be the key to its vengeance. I'm sorry, father, but this world is no longer the world you defended and died for. It no longer deserves to survive, and the one that could have carried your will can no longer do so here. I will purge this world of life, and hopefully it will start anew, thought Kuiki as she watched her greatest attack impact upon the moon, breaking off a large chunk of it that came hurtling towards the elemental nations. Knowing that this would kill thousands if not millions filled her with sadness, but it was pale compared to her rage at the state of the world. Her siblings and their hosts would survive, and who know, maybe they would prevent some of the damage getting the recognition they deserved, but in the end it was up to them if they wanted to save as much humans as they could. She had already cast her vote, she concluded, as the part of the moon that was coming to the earth started to glow red and she started to fade once more. Maybe the afterlife won't be that bad. I can get own sleep without having to worry for once, and I can see father again, she thought contentedly as the last of her presence on the planet faded away, never to be seen or felt again. End of flashback. Anne D.I. was so looking forward to some sleep, she wistfully lamented as she started to glow a bright red color, the shape of the glowing form changing, losing the 9 tails that dragged behind. When the glowing stopped, in its place was a tall woman with the look of nobility, with blood-red hair, with porcelain skin, wearing the same kimono as she was before, the katana now strapped to her back. Gone was the suffocating presence, and in its place a calm and indifference, one that gave of a vibe of uncaring and unapproachable, just as she had intended, as she had not interest in spending or talking to a race that had let her down so much. Even it was a new land. Ah well, later, after this is all done, I can get some more beauty sleep, as this whole ordeal has left me a bit frazzled, she smiled as she started to make her way to the city on a hill. She looked down at her hands at the glass container that contained the soul of one Naruto Uzumaki, a lot brighter in color than when it was removed from his body, and more wholesome as well, which greatly pleased her, as remember what she was told to do before she arrived in this land. Find a body, preferably a child or baby's, place the soul in it, and then a bit of my essence if possible, and once done I shall fade away, reminding herself what needed to be done. She was going to give Naruto a new life, and more importantly she got to choose what type of life he was going to have. For the first time ever, her maternal side came forth, making it clear that nothing, but the best home and future would be acceptable for Naruto, and she doesn't have the room to fail in this self-appointed duty. It was very convenient that the Shinigami under the pressure of the fates, and because it would mean the Naruto's soul wouldn't be tainted by her energy, was reverted to when it was purer than when it had been when he had died in that world. She was told that the memories and the true personality of the new reincarnated body would absorb the soul of Naruto, as well as his memories and personality too, but they would be sealed away to prevent half to the body's native soul and would slowly leak into the new body so it could adapt better. When she asked what would happen with his memories of that night, she was informed that his soul was retrieved the day before it happened, as if taken that night the damage done to it would not make it possible to reincarnate, so it would have no recollection of that night nor have experienced the same emotion as it had previously. She nearly kissed the Shinigami after this statement. Best not think of that. As she started to walk towards the targeted city, she walked through a village that had a very interesting feature, that being a ginormous skull of a demon with many horns. From what she had seen on a sign for directions, the village was called Hage and was a small farming village with some farms and a church and a near perfect view of the far-off city that it was in the shadow of. She saw fields upon LDS with rows upon rows of underground crops being grown, looking ready to burst from the ground already. The sun and the need to harvest the grown crops seemed to have caused all the residents to come out and partake in the harvest, as evident by the amount of people using magic to clear the fields, from the men picking out the crops to the children cleaning and ripping of any leaves while leaving more of a mess than they clean, as was usually in their nature. Off to one side of the village was a church, gray with stone structure and bland in design, with a single black-haired priest standing outside shaking hands with people, and when noticing her offering her a polite nod as she walked by, her returning it, resulting in the attention that she was already receiving to increase as the men watching her fell instantly under her gaze and smile. Deciding it was for the best to leave the village as quickly as possible, as she had already drawn too much attention, she sped up her pace. No, she couldn't just vanish, as it would bring even more unwanted investigations. As she was passing the giant skull, she felt some energy that was both wholesome but also full of dread at the same time. Looking at the demon skull, she could see that on top of it was a statue of some boy or small man that for some reason was emanating some of the weird wholesome energy, along with more energy coming from the inside the skull as well, that was a lot more sinister in nature. But as much as she wanted to investigate the phenomenon and find out what could give off such a vibe and challenge it, as she was always up for a good fight, it was not the goal of this journey, and for her, bringing Naruto back to life and making him happy was far more important than sating her battle lust. As she left the village, she paused and gave a quick squinted look one last time to the giant skull and smirked, thinking, I could total take that on, as she one more made her way down the road with a slight hop in her step. Arriving in the giant city took a bit longer than she had hoped for, partly due to she didn't move as fast as she could, as she didn't want to risk any form of danger or damage to the soul container, which would ruin and possibly start her on a rampage in frustration. The city was much larger than any in the elemental nations, and quite frankly put what city the nations did have to shame, with stone buildings that shined the warmer and a much brighter atmosphere, and the fact it looked more sophisticated than the nations made for a much better improvement over Konoha, even with its social class issues. As she waked, she could see people once again using magic everywhere to do simple to complex tasks, like heating food to building a new store to even in one case creating a small cloud over flowers to protect them from the sun or provide some rain, as well as flying on brooms. And was that a magic carpet? Much more versatile than Charka, it seems, where the curious and giddy thoughts going through her head as she imagined all the cool things Naruto would do with magic. Though why they need those glowing books to do it was still confusing, as from what she can feel the magical energy was in the person, not the book, so surely they could just do stuff without a book. Maybe because they lacked a proper magical network in the body like Charka did, they needed the books to help channel the energy in different forms. As she passed on by a couple using some form of wind magic to levitate a new couch down the street, she put the thought to the side and decided to think on it later. She was hungry and still had a lot of work to do. Once again, her thoughts of food and rest were overruled by the necessity of the mission bestowed upon her, and she started to look for someone or someplace where Naruto could be reincarnated or at least get some information to where was best to start, as none of the people around her matched the energy requirements needed to hold a second soul before it merged or to match her expectations for Naruto. Even the strangely colored robed humans that had a much higher magical energy than most were mostly lacking, with only one or two barely meeting her entry-level criteria. She decided to spend much of her initial time in the city look for answers in one of the local bars, listening to conversations, as she knew that where alcohol flowed so did loose lips, and loose lips made for free information. She quickly discovered she was in Clover Kingdom, and this was the capital, and that there was several other kingdoms around them, all named after a suit of cards in a deck. Weird, but she had seen and experienced weirder. Cough, cough, talking giant toads. The more she listened, the more she learned of the Clover Kingdom she was in, such as there was for some reason two kings. One for the kingdom as a whole and one for the wizards, or was she getting it right? Sounded a lot like the shinobi system with the daimyo and the cages, meaning the Clover King had more power than the Wizarding King. Even though it did seem that the Wizarding King had more respect and was liked more than the Clover King. There were 3 royal families for some reason and not one. How that logic worked she didn't know. Currently the royal house of Kira were the ruling family, with Augustus Kira Clover 13 the current king of the Clover Kingdom, but from what her heard he was a fool with a big head and very little potential, and his arrogance and vanity made his subject dislike him, and there was even whispers of wanting the Wizarding King to be the sole ruler instead. Then there was He Silva family, who were a bunch of stuck in the muds from what she could get, but were able to manipulate their chosen element into shapes for them to fight, and were overall the most level-headed, if not a bit on the arrogant side as well. A trait she felt was shared by any family that had power for too long without a good kick every now and then to bring them back down to reality. They seemed to hold a hereditary seat as captains of a Wizarding Knights squad and were said to be exceptional fighters. And finally, there was the Vermilion family, which to her sounded a lot like the Uzumaki family. What with their red or orange hair and their love of fights, no back-down attitude, as well as being insanely passionate and somewhat obsessed with vows they made, to the point of it was said that they burnt themselves when they made a vow. Overall, she was more inclined to the Vermilion family for obvious reason, as the attitude was already a key part of Naruto's personality, and like always red and orange was just too cool of a color to ignore. From what she had heard from people in the bar over the last few days, both the wives of the heads of families were pregnant, so that would make things a lot easier and as well as safer for Naruto when it came to placing the soul in a body. Implanting the soul into a fetus would make the merger a lot easier, as the soul of yet to be born baby would not be fully developed yet with experience or memories, and so would absorb Naruto's soul quicker, as well as the added soul during the development stage would make the overall body and final soul a lot more resilient to taint and corruption. Also, the child would have a more potent and powerful mana source, as not only would it still be developing its mana capacity for years to come even after it's born, but it would also have Naruto's added potential source as well. As all bodily energies, no matter what form it take, is connected to the soul, as energy cannot be created or destroyed. What really happens is the soul starts to harness the energy in the surrounding atmosphere and then absorbs it and converts it into new energy for the body. The more potent the soul, the faster it absorbs the surrounding energy, and more potent the new converter energy is, and the stronger the body is, the greater its capacity to hold this new form of energy. So by adding Naruto's already potent soul to an already potent soul, as it seems that royals develop some of the most potent souls in this kingdom when it is compared to most of the other humans around, and with some extra internal body modifications from energy, the resulting body and soul should be very powerful in the years to come. She couldn't wait to see what happens if she was still around to see it. After a few days of playing with the idea, he decided it was time to go and complete the transfer, as holding back would not be good for Naruto's soul at all, as a soul needed a body if it wasn't in the afterlife, or least it start to go mad, as the world of the living was for the living and a soul was not technically native to that part of the world and needed a body to ground it for say. As she started to travel along the main street towards the top of the city where the residence of the royals were located, she started to come up with a plan on how to get into the Vermilion residence and implant Naruto's soul into the pregnant female that resided there. It wouldn't be a long or hard process, just needed to be done in safely and not disturbed lest the mother die, and that was unacceptable, as a mother's love was key in developing a child's person. And Naruto wouldn't be without a mother if she could help it. She was passing by restraint on her left. It looked to her a bit snobbish with a lot of those wizarding knights eating in there and some nobles, so it had to be expensive, what with its oak furniture and magical lights and suited up serving staff. Though she did give pause as she passed by a window only to hear some quiet talking. I heard the king's wife is deadly ill and might not survive the pregnancy along with the unborn child. Oh, I didn't hear about the king's wife being pregnant, she thought in shock. Ring this. She looked around and spotting a dark alleyway right away opposite from the restraint, she cloaked herself in its darkness and tuned her hearing onto the conversation. Well, this is an interesting development. The two men were in magical knight's robes, one in a red robe, another in a blue and silver robe. Both had their backs turned to her so couldn't see her, listening to them as they discussed something that was probably very private in an open-air restraint with the window open. I didn't know she was pregnant. How did you hear? As the red-robed figure. I'm part of the royal guard's own times, and the servants all gossip near us, believing we are as deaf to them as our emotions says. Anyway, apparently the king has stopped caring and is back to sleeping with two separate women again. All the while leaving the poor queen to endure the illness alone, and will probably not care about the unborn child either, said the silver man without any remorse. Well, what can you expect from our king? What is she ill with? Surely they have a cure of some kind that can come from the royal medics. Apparently it's a magical curse that sucks up any mana that tries to enter the body, and there is an unknown way of getting rid of the curse or the illness without magic, as there is no non-magical treatment to it, so both the queen and the unborn prince are going to die. This time a bit of sadness could be heard from the silver-robed male. What makes you so sure it's a male? Seems more like a female from the attitude and general disposition of the king. Servant told me, said the wizard. Dr. Owen ran tests and gave gender to the babe, just before she got ill. Well, that's a shame. We could do with an heir, and the queen kept the king somewhat grounded if only for a bit, lamented the red-robed figure. Hearing all she needed to hear for now, Kuiki began to move on again, but this time with new thoughts and a new plan in her mind. What can you say? If you want to successes, you need to be like a river and adapt to the best path. I could save the queen. It wouldn't be unheard of for a traveling doctor or medics to try save the like of royalty for a reward, and while I'm at it can present Naruto's soul as some form of cure. Which it is in some way for the unborn prince at least. And if royals have the most potent of souls, then a prince's soul should be the most potent of all. Helen. Gee, the queen would be easy, as curses are little more than a nuisance to my powers, and it would have the side effect of increasing the overall health of the queen so as to give Naruto a mother for certain. And if the king and queen don't spend time together, then she will spend more time with her son. And from what I heard, she is the sensible one out of the two, so best he picks up his habits from her and not form that kingly idiot. Yes, the prince's body would be the perfect soul to host for Naruto's reincarnation, came the now ecstatic thoughts of Kuiki, all thoughts of the previous vermilion forgotten for this much higher risk plan that also could yield greater result. She nearly floated towards the royal palace now, purposely bring the attention of others to her so they would never forget what she was about to do for them all. But she paid little attention to the other people looking or gazing at her, as she was spending all the while coming up with a plan as well as a backstory on how she would be able to lift the curse. And she would lift the curse as no pathetic curse could stop her and her Charka. Then she would cure the queen's illness, which is also easy as cake as again. The glory of Charka. All this while she was reincarnating Naruto into a body a lot sooner than expected, but she would still be happy that he could finally have a life without prejudice or hate in 1D. I be the leader. She now knew he should have been given a chance to be in his last life, because watch out, world as Uzumaki is here and they excel at messing up other people's dreams. A small whistlin' G sounds sweet and deadly hit the ears of passers-by as a beautiful woman passed them, making them smile at its sound, not know what changes were in store for them and the kingdom in the years to come. Please leave comments and reviews at the end. This is my first FF, so I would like some input. Red is the warmest color. Once again, I do not own any character or places in this story bar the ones that have not yet been introduced into any of the story category medium as of the date of upload for this chapter. Chapter 2. Red is always the warmest color. The smell of death is a smell that most creatures in the universe become accustomed to in one form or another, be it a relative seeing another relative close to death or the unfortunate prey that is just about to be eaten by the predator after what Ching its companions suffer a similar fate. The truth of this smell is quite simple but quickly forgotten once one is able to get away from the source of that smell. Tough, it is not as simple as moving to a different location as some would have you believe. When one is dying over a period of time or witnessing death, that is when the smell becomes prominent, for the term smells like death is actually completely incorrect in some ways. The true term should be, one that smells of despair that witnessed death, but like most true sayings it is not catch enough to be remembered. For it is when we witness or experience death over a prolonged period and come to not only accept its inevitability but also the hopelessness of fighting it, does one truly start to smell of death, as they give way to the despair that follows this experience. This couldn't be truer for a single room in the tall tower that jutted out of a grand palace, its lonely existence in the sky a testament to the distance feeling that its occupant felt to the very notion of hope. At the foot of the tower, just by its entrance, which took the form of two large and metal-studded doors that had the image of two lions clashing with each other from either side of the door, with a three-leaf clover engraved above them, itself being evenly divided between the two clashing lions. Before it stood a group of 4 guards, all draped in red robes with medals proudly displayed on them and standing to attention as if they were about to enter a parade ground in front of the king himself. Such stiffness that they exuded that one would be mistaken in thinking that they wouldn't notice a marching band going by, but one only had to look at their eyes to see them sharp and observant, darting around the corridor, constantly inspecting the space, peering into every shadow and crevice along with every dark spot, doing it once and then twice more before moving one to the next spot. So great was their gaze and so thorough was their search, as even the spider that was in a dark crevice in on the top corner of a wall could not even hide from it. This resolve was needed, as what lay behind the door was of great importance to both the kingdom and to the captain of their squad, and under no circumstance could they afford to fail on this duty. Behind the door and up the winding stone stairs that stopped at several landings that gave way to entrances for rooms that occupied the tower, one would need to go to the last landing to finally arrive at another set of doors, equally impressive as the ones that gave entrance to the tower, where there was another pair of similar attired wizards standing guard. Behind these doors was the true owner of the tower, not that she could ever feel like it at this time. The room was opulent in its splendor, with gold and red tapestries lining the wall and a large entrance to a balcony that looked out onto the impressive palace and its gardens. The entrance was draped in a rich gold and red curtain, heave in material so as to prevent any light from penetrating it once drawn to a close. The room itself was tidy in nature, with a dresser and gold-rimmed mirror on one end that held an assortment of vanity items, and a large dressers and wardrobes on the other end of the room that helped the everyday cloths for its occupants. It was well carpeted so as to prevent any unnecessary contact with the cold stone floor, and a large hearth with a roaring fire burning in it, as it was framed by 2 more stone lions that gave of the impression of breathing out the fire like the dragons of old. Beside the fire lay a large pillowed mat that was littered with small golden hair and with indents that gave off the impression that until recently it was occupied but quickly vacated. Large windows, once again framed in the same material as the balcony entrance, situated at even intervals around the room so as to provide as much light as possible. Tough, for now the drapes were drawn in this case, while all owing for some form of privacy in the blind spots. In one of the corners was a halfway partition allowing for one to change behind it without being seen, and a wash basin beside it to wash one's hand. The center of the room up against the wall held a large bed that held a downed mattress that was large enough for several people to lay on it without being cramped, a white duvet with intricate floral patterns that sparkled from the sun's rays that shone through the balcony reflected off it. Plush pillows that were recently padded were at its head, and to one side was a countertop with a wash basso and a wet towel draped over it, while on the stood a small rocking crib that was missing its inhabitant, with a mobile toy hanging over it that proudly displayed golden lions, silver birds and green leaf clovers that gently swayed in the breeze that lightly circled through the room from the open balcony. In the bed, with her head propped against a pillow but an eyes wide open but not truly using on anything, as if staring off into space or staring off into some distant memory that its owner was trying to escape, to lay the Queen of Clover Kingdom herself, Her Royal Highness Queen Cather. In Vermilion Clover, who even now was unable to fulfill her duties as queen and was reduced to this bed in a lonely tower while absently stroking the large bump that protruded from her stomach. Her vibrant red hair was now dull from lack of care both physically and mentally, her green eyes that were once shone with such intensity that it would shock and enthrall many that looked into it were now dull and near lifeless, having not even the energy to move from their current position. A body that was once been so full of life and strength that it allowed its wielder to match even the most hardened wizarding captains in the sparring ring and was able to catch the attention of many an admirer, was now frail and dangerously skinny, the skin being nearly too big for the body that had now lost so much energy and muscles that it hung from it nearly as much as the surrounding drapes. But even in her current state that would destroy near anyone else, a strength yet held and a small spark of defiance showed in the near lifeless eyes for the small life that was growing in her womb, hoping against all hope that she would last long enough to see her most prized creation and passion come into this world. One last act of defiance against not only death but also against all those who abandoned her, pitied her or whispered around her that she could not achieve this one crucial role, especially misguided fool of a husband that was one of the first to forget and dishonor her. She knew she didn't have long left. She could feel death's icy grip tighten every day, and that one day soon she would go for her final sleep. But until that day all she needed was one day more so he could be born. Many who had come to see her and would then quickly leave, all the while whispering death. The room smelt of death and then quickly rushed from the room, all the while giving weak-willed excuses to do so, but to her the room smelt like life and hope, a life to be born and a hope that to her was ever enduring. She mostly now passed her time telling old stories to her still in the womb's son, stories of a happier time long past when the sun's light glowed even brighter, when she had been a young and strong cub that would face the world around her without fear. Of how that will and endurance was now being inherited by her niece Marioliona, who thrived in such an environment and would so on also inherit the position of the first lioness of the Vermilion family and its duty to protect its fire and future. She told stories of her oldest friend Julius, who was now near to becoming a Grey leader in his own right, and of his fantastical magic, tough even for all its power it was powerless to heal her of this accursed curse. How he and her brother had left the capital so they could find a way for Mommy to get better. Though silently she left out how she had little hope for any result. She even told her son stories of his ridiculous father that made more of a show of himself than A.J. Esther, and whose facial expression would set a room to laughter if not for the position he held, and how she didn't regret marrying him as it he gave him, her son. For each story she told, her eyes old grow dimmer as less focus, as if trying harder each time to penetrate the memory and go back in time to it. She regretted very few events in her life, as all of them led to the next event which led her to this moment. The only thing she might regret was not turning up her fire to full blast when she was fighting that damn devil that thought it could take control of her body, not know that by letting Nahama escape back to the underworld, it would instruct the devil Magicula to curse her for her so-called insolence in staying alive. She should have just incinerated them both alive, but some form of humanity in her prevent her from intentionally taking a life, even if it was a devil-possessed being. And now look at her, cursed to feel pain whenever she used her magic or magic flowed through her body, and if that wasn't enough then poisoned so as to have a slow death. They saying that being good never pays, seems to her that that saying is proving to be more true each passing day. As he once again started to look up at the top of her canopied bed and recede back into a more favorable memory, her attention was dragged to the woman that had just stepped onto her balcony, all the while looking like not only was she always there but that she belonged there. Wait, what the hell is she doing here? Is she here to finally kill me? Please let me live long enough to see my baby. At least her tails are the right color, tails. The shocking thoughts that went through her head as her once lifeless eyes were now wide opened in no small amount of fear and dread, but also some curiosity. Why, as they stared at the 9 red fluffy appendages that were arrayed behind her new guest. Leading up to the faithful meeting, Kuiki was, for a better term, bored out of her mind, if not bordering on madness from the constant stupidity of the wizards in front of her. Honestly, you would think your queen dying is more important than where I was born, though Kuiki in exasperation as she was Say to losing her already short fuse to the group of quite frankly rude wizards in front of her. They had just finished telling her that the king did not want some present hick of a quack doctor being even in the present of the queen, let alone touching her, and that the queen had no need of whatever subpar aid she could lend them. They acted as if the queen was not dying along with their unborn prince. As if their own royal doctors had somehow been able to alleviate the queen of her burden. If anything, they were the useless ones, not her. It was them that were unable to lift a simple curse, not her. Honestly, if it wasn't all in the name for Naruto and the future he might bring, she would have just killed these wizards and just went on ahead, but it wouldn't do to leave Naruto in a kingdom. She might despise him for her going on a rampage again. As she stood there leaning against the stone facade that stood in front of the palace entrance, she started to think up of another plan to Aki. Eve, her goals as this one had clearly not been a runner due to the gift of human stupidity that seemed to be a gift that just kept on giving. Maybe the queen isn't worth it. It could just be easier to go to the Vermilion resident and go through with the original plan, get entrance by gaining their respect by kicking their asses, then they challenge me to a fight as if they are anything like the Uzu Makis. Then that is exactly how to do it. Worked well with the tomato header redheads the last time, she started to think, as the current situation was reaching a tipping point in her already limited capacity for patience when it came to humans. Lady, we can't let you in. We already told you that. His Majesty has made it clear that your so-called services are not needed. Her Grace has already recovered from the treatment administered by the royal healers. So be it, shouted the gruff and roughly-looking wizard who seemed to be in charge of the guards assembled at the door. His stance became agar SSIVE as he raises fists and steps forwards, ready to truly confront the woman if she did not comply with the king's demands, quickly being followed by his comrades around him. So be it then, I'm going. But be aware that by preventing me from helping you or condemning your queen to death along with her child, as I know none in the palace have the ability to do what needs to be done to save he life. Came the quick and hot-headed response from the now near apoplectic response from the new quite visibly enraged female, the killing intent rolling off her so much that many of the guards were darting the eyes to the closet exit near them, as some of them had already had experienced the result of an angry female, especially those in the red robes. None but the now leaving Kuiki could sense the powerful presence that was observing the failed interaction. Vermilions it is then. Congratulations, your soon-to-be child will be a king one day, as it seems that the current one does not want to build a legacy. So when he dies of an unfortunate accident in, let's say, the next decade or so, the crown will pass to the most capable male royal, which I will make sure is Naruto's new host, was the somewhat indictive thought that was not crossing the mind of the now sinister grinning fox in human form, as she quickly strode away from the main palace and changed direction towards the residence of the Vermilion family. All the while thinking on how to end a certain royal's life, or make sure it would end if she is not around to do so. Well, that is certainly a frightening face. I hope it's not me that is the recipient of whatever you are plotting. A smooth and silky voice interrupted her momentary internal mental tantrum. The humor and somewhat down-like lazy attitude of the response had Kuiki Pla. Why with the idea of just blasting the insect from her presence, but decided to humor the soon-to-be dead fool. Looking to her right, she could see that it was not a singular person but two that were just standing there, both gazing at her with no small amount of amusement in their eyes. One was a tall blonde male that had a strange blue star on his forehead. His purple eyes shone bright with intelligence and a great amount of curiosity, though his appearance did look a bit ragged, as if he had just rushed back from some great distance away and had not the chance to calm his looks. His light blue ND white robes held a silver-like stag head emblem with two medals pinned to its right breast. The magical power being exuded from him was far greater than nearly all those around him and was close to rivaling his companion. There was also a small oddity in the fact that she could sense a small trail of magic leading from him to somewhere else outside the city, which was a first for her so far. YBE, he had a magical phylactery of something, so he didn't die or something. Like that would help him. But points for trying, I must say. This is a first in a long time, mused the now somewhat perplexed Kitsune. In front of him stood a slightly imposing female, not that Kuiki would ever admit it, who was quite obviously the one in charge. She stood in a more laid-back stance, rest nearly on the balls of her back feet as she leaned back in an obvious display of a person with a now nonchalant attitude, but Kuoki's eyes could see the muscles in the legs ready to spring into action at a moment's notice. She was attired in a white and silver robe with large medals and badges adorning it. It left a lot to imagine as it was in no way clinging to her body. Her dark black hair spilled over, her shoulders braided and then joined up in an ever larger single braid that went down to her stomach. A calm and serene smile graced her lips, while her gray eyes were only slightly open to the giving. Her which would have given her the look of a cat that just found its canary, what with the slight amused twinkle in it. At her side was a katana with a green hilt which hewed loosely from a cloth, binding but never strayed more than a few inches away from the hand that rested above it. The magical energy she gave off was greater than any around her but still seemed to be restraining itself from being fully released and had a dark sinister vibe hidden behind the calm and serene effect it seemed to give off. This was Isabel Silva, one of the matriarchs of the Silva family and the anointed wizarding king of Clover Kingdom. Not queen but king for whatever reason. Isabel was the older unmarried sister of the current captain of the Silver Eagles wizarding squad, Asir Silva. Her magic unwhole, why earth had near the same effect as the dead bone release. Should it touch you or any other organic material, it causes it to rot away into nothing. The earth particles that her magic created could be utilized into any form she desired and so made it near impossible to match her in combat, but because of the power and uniqueness of her magic she was always the odd one out in her family and so drove herself to prove her strength and so make others realize that magic didn't make the wizard but more so that the wizard made the magic. She had a great love for her family and strived to be a symbol to them. Even if she was rarely around due to her duties. She had just recently learnt that her sister was with child again and had in secret gushed over it with her as it wouldn't do for her subordinate. "'Tis to see her in such a compromising position." "No, it is not, but I'm busy and my time is running short, so what can I do you for?" Came the quick and sharp response from Kuoki. "We heard your confrontation with the guards and your request to help the queen. Is it true that you can heal her?" The speed and the excitement in the voice of the blonde was quite annoying to Kuoki's sensitive ears. "My magic is revival magic and specialized in not only rebuilding a body's health but also banishing any taints in the body or its mana." "That is so cool. By the way, where is your grimoire?" said the blonde man, now with stars in his eyes, all the while bouncing on his feet looking like a child that had just come across their favorite sweet. "Where's your?" came an equally quick and sharp response. "Touché," the blonde said while rubbing the back of his head with slight embarrassment. "If your magic can do all you say and we can get you to the queen, how long will it take to cure her and will there be any side effects to either her or the child?" interceded Isabel directly and firmly so as to prevent the encounter from turning away from the true topic. She knew how single-minded her protégé can become when he sees new magic. "It shouldn't take long, but that might change based on the condition I start treating her in, and the only side effect would be mild, so sleep and good food to restore the loss of energy." "And yes, as you asked, the unborn prince will be fine," Kuoki answered calmly as some of her hopes started to return. If she got the support from the Wizarding King, then she might be able to proceed with the plan. "And what would you be looking for in return?" Isabel asked in a suspicious tone. "The only thing I want in return is to be allowed pick a magical artifact from the Silver reoquary if possible, and if it's acceptable by you, I need to ask for something or it would seem suspicious," calculated Kuoki, pleased that she was so close to getting her way now. The true cost for her services could never be told to them as they would never accept it. Plus the Silva family has long been involved with magical artifacts and the elves from what she had garnered, and that should mean THEY have a large amount of artifacts that she might be able to get something from that could further her goals. "So be it, if you are able to help the queen and the unborn child as well as remove the curse. Then I will allow you to select one artifact of your choosing from the Silva reliquary so long as it's acceptable," came the confirmation response from Isabel, who, while a bit suspicious of the request, was happy that that was all it would take to heal her friend and rival. Both herself and Julius, the bold man with her, had spent the last few months trying to chase down any leads on cures or healers that might be able to heal their queen, but to no luck. Only a devil could undo another's curse. The bad news was that the devil that casted the curse was one that specialized in them, so even that made it even harder. They had heard rumors of a woman that could absorb magic into her body as well as life force from other beings into her body, which if it was true would be a vastly overpowered magic. But by the time they got to the area she was last seen in, she was gone. Apparently, she was a hermit that either shunned society or was shunned by it because of the issues that her magic LD caused to other if they got too near her. They had tried to search her for her more and had even offered an award for leads resulting in finding her, but in the end they were unable to, as it seemed. Promise of a reward had the opposite effect of driving her even further into hiding for fear of all the people now searching for her. They had eventually had to call the search off, as it had stated to turn up some very negative result from the surrounding areas. They had returned to the capital to see if any of the other parties sent out to find a cure had returned with a solution, but this was not the case. With many not having returned yet, and those that had returned didn't need to speak, as the state of their disposition was all that was needed to get answers. They had just finished reporting to the king that another search had failed, where they had been dismissed without any query and told they should not interfere with the internal affairs of House Kira, in which, after stating that the king lay his head back on one of his mistress's lap and went back to sleep as if all was right with the world. It was as they were making their way back to the palace assigned to the Wizarding King had they happened upon the confrontation between the royal gate guards and the crimson-haired woman that from the look in her eyes was one step from just slaughtering the whole bunch. They stayed silent and hidden as they listened in on the demands of the woman, as there was no way, it sounded like a plea, to allow her to treat the queen as she could undo the curse and heal her. The stupidity of many people still astounded her, and if they were not royal guards under the direction of the king himself, she would have demoted all of them for such callous behavior. As it was the only way to fix all this was to see if the woman was still inclined to help even after all the ridicule she had endured. But that still leaves the issue on how am I supposed to get to the queen, as it seems the eternal sentinels at the door are not inclined to let me in, and from what I know you don't have control of them, do you? Stated the now fully listening and invested crimson-haired woman, her eyes now full of excitement and a building hope. First thing to do is to introduce each other. I am Isabel Silva, the Wizarding King of Clover Kingdom, she proudly stated, as there was nothing but pride in her at her achievements. Nice to meet you. I'm Julius Novachrono, captain of the Grey Deer Magical Knight Squad. What can your magic do apart from what you just stated? Can you kill devils with it? Can it make you fly? Can you heal others thing apart from humans? If your grimoire is not on you, where is it? His barrage of questions were stopped when his mouth was coved by red hair that seemed to smell of the forest, and it would have been a nice experience if not for even more hair slowly starting to wind around his neck. I'm Kuaki. Please stop asking me pointless question, as they will not this coming procedure any quicker, and if you can stop yourself, don't worry, for I will. Came the sinister response of the now confused and annoyed now named Kuaki. I told you before, Julius, that your mouth would get you killed one day. Maybe it's today. I think I'll raise a glass to the continued glory of feminine justice and fury, came the amused thought of the Wizarding King. Well, Kuaki BEF. Or you kill my protege, let's heal the queen first and then you can decide if you want to kill him or not, she stated, all the while getting a betrayed look from the captain of the Grey Deer. Great, now that the introductions are over, can you please tell me how we are going to get in to see the queen? You are correct in your assumptions that I have very little control over the Royal Wizarding Guard. And that even if I could override them, it would cause tension between not only the king and myself but also by extension House Kira and House Silva. They are stretching the truth a bit in the locati on of the queen, as her current location is not entirely in the king's palace. She was once being treated in the royal wing, but after the numerous attempts and failures she was moved to a more secluded part of the palace for her own dignity and privacy, His Highness told us. The part of the palace that it is in while under the protection of the royal guards is situated in my own part, and therefore give me final say on what happens when, let's say, someone want admission. Okay, but what if the king has informed all the royal guards, including the ones in your part of the palace, to deny me access to the queen? How will you get by that kind of check? You could get in another way while we go through the front door. Once in the tower, you are technically in the Wizarding King's palace and the Queen's room, and the only ones that can remove you would be either Isabel or the queen. Not even the royal knight can stop you once the queen accepts your presence, as she would acknowledge she is not in danger to them. Came a quick response from Julius, who now had a keen look in his eye as he integrated himself into the conversation for the sake of his friend, showing a cunningness and slyness that Sparked a moment of approval from Kueki. That is not actually a bad idea, and it would mean I wouldn't have to interact with them either, which is just as beneficial, as at the moment I don't think I hold back, said Kueki, relieved at the thought. Half an hour later, Kueki stood in front of a tower that raised in the air all day while thinking on how she was going to get up there. Who was she? Time to pull some inspiration from some of her siblings and make an entrance. She reached down to her pocket and took of the glass container that contained Naruto's and smiled, happy that we're near the final stage of the plan and that it has worked out. Meeting both the Wizarding King and her protege gave her some confidence in the fact that at least there would still be a county to lead when Naruto came of age, as if it was just the king then she would have no confidence whatsoever. She put her hands together and made a seal sign and casted a camouflage technique on herself and began to make her way up the tower. Towards the balcony that she had been told was the entrance to the Queen's sick room. Back the current time in the Queen's room. Catherine stared at the now visible woman with 9 tails that was slowly walking into her room with strong purposeful steps, her reddish eyes gazing around the room at the furniture that occupied it and then back to her and down toward her pregnant stomach. Catherine's hands wrapped around her stomach in a protective manner as she was still not sure why this person decided to climb her tower to get into her room. She watched as the now fox woman walked to the drapes that covered the windows, preventing any light from entering, eyes widening a bit when she started to throw them back and open the windows. She proceeded to do his step at each and every point where the drapes were drawn, and by the time she was finished all the windows were open and the room, for the first time since she was moved in here, was full of light. They're much better. How you can stand being in such a dark place on this lovely day is beyond me, but it is clear that someone needed to do that weeks ago. Now would you like some water? Came the melodious voice of the woman. There was a great amount of strength and certainty around her, as if she was the one who owned the tower and the queen was the guest. Oh, I'm Kueki by the way, and I am here Oh, he'll you so be a good patient and dismiss the guards when they come into the room in a few minutes. I would ask how you are. But if you were good I wouldn't be here, would I? Ah, so she was a 1-0. F those direct people who had very little manners, or was it pleasant words in her system? Well, at least that meant she wouldn't be bored at least. How are you going to heal me when so many other have failed to do so? And yes, a glass of water would be nice. Thank you, came the slow response of the queen as she slowly started to lift herself up on the bed and smooth out her cloths and bed linens, as it wouldn't do to appear as a mess to her first guest in a few days. Feeling a presence at her left, she turned to see a glass of water being placed on her counter, but not by a hand as she expected, by one of the tails that swayed behind the now identified Kueki. Kueki herself had made herself comfortable on one of the plush chairs and decided to eat an apple from one of the fruit bowls that were in the room, staring at Catherine intently as if she was able to find out all she could know of the queen from the stare along. So intense and serious was the stare that Catherine found herself ushing under it, as in her current predicament she could not image it being a good impression. The scrutiny seemed to have finished as Kueki gave a nod of approval, or something that could be reduced as that, as she relaxed a bit and took a bite out of the apple in her hand. Kueki's paw. Well, at least she's not dead yet, so that's always a plus, was the first thought that went through the mind. As she finished examining the bedridden queen in front of her, she could feel the powerful magic of Isabel and Julius making its way towards the tower as was the plan, so knew she only had a few minutes to make a good impress, so as to be allowed to stay when the guards inevitably came into the room. Hopefully she had left a good first impression. Okay, let's see what I'm working here. As she started to take in what she saw, the queen had a very strong magical presence. Even in her current state, if she was healthy and hale, it would match Isabel's power, and it wasn't messy or spreading out heck like some of the other wizards or nobles she came across. Even in her current state and with the effect that the curse should have on it, it was still this sharp and defined, flowing through her body in a constant and controlled rush, and every so often a bit would be leached off into the body of the developing child. Her hair was a rustic red and damp across her forehead, but showed that it had once been a much more vibrant color. While her eyes, while still dim, showed a defiance that shocked Kueki a bit as it went against her current situation. The queen's hands were clasped around her Tomek, so it was obvious what she was trying to protect, even if it was pointless, as anyone or anything that wanted to harm the unborn prince would have to get through her first and foremost. But it did show a level of love and devotion that was appropriate for the woman that was to be Naruto's mother. It also explained the defiant spark in her eyes. Listen, I am here to help you, not hurt either you or the child. I am many things, but I don't hurt children or babes. Right now you are the only one who knows my true form. I am not a devil, nor am I a demon or human. I am Kuiki, the nine-tailed fox. She who can shape the world to her whim and make the world how she likes. I am using this form as I find it easier to talk to people than in my true form, which is about 200-foot-tall giant fox with 9 tails. It tends to inspire fear for some reason. You with me so far, causing the queen's eyes to widen, all the while gaining some fear, but also for some strange reason excitement. So, why? Or a giant female fox in human size form. I can deal with that, but what do you want with me? Why heal me? Said the queen, her voice now a lot calmer and clearer now that she had quenched the drin. With water, and the initial fear had given way to curiosity. 2 reasons really. 1, because your husband is an idiot and insulted me, so saving you will spit in his face and be a big fuck you to him and his cronies. 2, because I'm trying to turn over a new leaf, so to say, and you seem like a good place to start. But the main reason is this. As she was saying this, the queen's eyes sharpened more and her lips twitched. The now bright room causing her skin to regain some of the lost color. She placed the container with Naruto's soul onto the counter beside her, and the glowing mist now lightly knocking against the glass as if sensing what was to come and wanting to get it over with as much as she did. The queen's eyes zoomed in on the container with wonder as she studied it, her green eyes focused in on the golden mist that was trying to escape. Kuiki knew she still had some lingering fear. To ease them, she had one of her tails pick up the container and moved it to the queen's beside so she could inspect it further. She picked it up and turned it around as if weighing what it was and wondering what its purpose was. The queen looked a bit startled when she first picked it up as the golden haze moved towards one of her hands. Seeing the queen looking at her once more while gently caressing the container with one hand while the other replicated the action automatically with her stomach, she continued. The object you currently hold is known as a soul container and currently contains the soul of a child called Naruto Uzumaki, who was murdered by his village and has been given a Seiko ND chance of life by both the Fez as well as death itself. For reasons I will explain next, I have been chosen to provide him with that like, and you have been chosen to help in that regards should you so choose. Kuiki said, all the while a nervous tone started to filter into her explanation as she started to tell the queen of Naruto's life and her part in it. She needed to know this so she could make a decision on if Kuiki could reincarnate Naruto's soul or not. Because as bad as Kuiki is, she would never try to harm a child intentionally in her now correct state of mind, and getting the queen's permission to process was the last hurdle to overcome, and nothing works better to pluck the heartstring than a sob story with a chance of redemption. By the time she had reached the end of her tale, the queen had a few tears in her eyes, but the emotion that was most prevalent was rage and fury. The heat in the room started to build along with the queen's rage, and the fire in the here got larger. Even with her current condition on top of the curse, it was still a testament to just how powerful the queen was and how great her anger was. Catherine's paw. How dare they do that? How dare they harm a child? Those filthy ingrate peasants deserved death and more for their deeds, she raged in her head as for the first time since being cursed she started to feel her magic reach out due to her intense emotions. Being raised as a lioness, she was trained to know the importance of not just the pride but most importantly the young in the pride, and of how they needed to be protected no matter what. After all, lionesses looked after their young together and treated them all the same. The very fact that there was a group of people out there, even if they were in a different world and probably all deal, meant little to her right now. Would harm a child for nothing else but petty revenge, for a slight that not only the child couldn't be blamed for but was also protecting them from, made it even worse. To do such a horrid thing to a child angered her greatly, and to learn that his own powers caused him even more pain was horrifying, but to then also learn that it had near broke him when he seemed like such a sweet child, from what Kuiki explained, not only broke her heart further but also caused her to be in questioning if she wanted her child to live in such a world. Apparently Kuiki sensed her dilemma as the next thing she knew her head were against the duvet as a result of being slapped in the back of it with an elongated red tail. Shame instantly filled her at the thought she had been having. How could she think that after what happened to Naruto? Having doubt is fine, it's natural, but holding on to it after initially dispersing it is not. Just don't have that doubt again or I'll slap you again, came Kuoki's voice. She looked at her and saw that somehow she had conjured a nail file and was filing her nails all the while looking at her. You do realize you just slapped your queen, right? She responded in a somewhat smug voice. One, you are not my queen, I am a law unto myself. Second, I slapped a momentary fool who is no longer around, are they? Came the biting response from the now equally smug Kitsune. For the first time in a long time she laughed a genuine laugh as she finally found someone who could match her in both ferocity and attitude. Maybe if she survived this, she would have a new sparring partner and she could drive her husband even more insane. So what you are looking for is a new body to host Naruto's soul in then? She asked as she gently caressed the old container and smiled as it pulsed a little brighter. Her previous tiredness and fear forgotten at this new turn of events, ideas started to pop into her mind, which was good as she started to feel the pain of the curse from letting out all that magic and needed a distraction from. At least she returned to her previously near vegetated state. Correct, and I was traveling around the village on my way to the Vermilion estate when I heard of you and decided to come here. I tried to come through the front door, but your fool of a husband told the guards to throw me out, so I came through the balcony. Makes sense, and thank you for doing that, as the mess you would have created going through the guards would have destroyed their reputation. As if Kuoki was as strong as she displayed and boast ed about, then the royal guard would have been little more than fodder for the likes of her. It would have left a bad stain on not only them but the magical knights as a whole, and that would have been disastrous. Anyway, in order to reincarnate Naruto I need a young body, the younger the better, as it makes the merge of the two souls easier. The best option would be, let's say, an unborn boy. Kuoki gave her a pointed look while using one of her tails to lightly brush against her stomach. Her panic started to set in again as while she sympathized and felt both anger and sadness for Naruto, the safety of her son stood paramount to all. But before she lashed out or screamed for the guards, she decided to hear out what Kuoki had to say, as if she meant her any harm. Then there was nothing stopping her over the last few minutes. Thinking further on this, she decided to stay silent while using a dip of her head to indicate to Kuoki to continue, while all the while having what magic she had left ready to defend herself in case of provocation. Thank you for letting me continue. As I was saying, Naruto's soul needs a host body to join with. This does not mean that the host body is being taken over, but nor that it will hold two souls. What should happen if all goes well, which it will, because I won't allow it any other way, that I swear on my 9 tails, is that the soul already in the body and Naruto's will merge together. The original soul will gain new absolute dominance and can only grow stronger. Some of the traits of the reincarnated soul will pass over, as well as its power, or should I say potential for power. Kuoki paused here to take a breath and to let her absorb some of that new information. So if she got it right, then if Naruto's soul was placed in her son's soul will absorb Naruto's, and he would not only get stronger because of it, but the only side effect would be some extra traits carried over from Naruto, and to be honest, from what she heard, he didn't seem to have any bad traits. In fact, if what Kuoki said was true, then he came from and acted like his mother's clan, which was basically the Vermilion clan, but in his world, which would not only be a plus but also might override some of the bad traits that her son might inherit from his disappointment of a father. Her heart started to beat faster at this revelation, as it meant that her son would not only have a chance to live, but also a chance to thrive and become what a true Vermilion should be. Should you allow me to run a slight technique on you, and I will be able to assert how compatible your son's soul would be to Naruto's. That is, if you are okay to go through with the merger. The more compatible the souls, the more successful the merger, and the more powerful and potent the merge will be. Yuli successful merge will result in a total merge of the souls with nothing lost due to incompatibility. Here Kuoki stopped talking, looking at her with no small amount of hope and pleading, and it made her feel better that Kuoki seemed to be just as invested in this merger working as she was. Taking a final look at both Naruto's soul and at her pregnant stomach, she made her decision. Firm and resolute, she looked at Kuoki, as she knew there was no going back, and that if she showed any doubt, then Kuoki might no listen to her final answer. Third person Pav. It was at that moment that the slam Med opened to admit a battle-ready group of magical knights, all with their grimoires ready and hands raised towards the only other occupant in the room. Behind them stood an amused Isabel and a very amused Julius, who was taking the whole thing as a huge joke and was if anything looking for somewhere to sit and watch the show that was about to begin. Kuiki had somehow between the time of Catherine's decision process had changed from her nine-tailed fox hybrid form to her complete human form so as not to arise any suspicion. Catherine herself was smirking all over again at the current predicament, and at how only she knew who Kuiki truly was, which was fine with her for now. Step back from the queen and come with us quietly, peasant. Your Majesty, are you okay? Did the vermin hurt you? Who opened the windows? It is freezing in here. All these comments and shouts were coming from the guards as they all started to converge on Kuiki, who for now sat completely still but with her left hand as fingering a tassel on her sword that lay against the chair as she had taken it off to sit down. Her eyes started gleaming and the most powerful wizards in the room started to feel energy she was gathering, and their eyes went wide as the amount being gathered was immense. Knowing that if this didn't stop now, they would be cleaning the royal guard off the wall, Catherine finally spoke up in a strong and demanding voice that commanded obedience from all present bar one. Hold yourselves, she roared from her spot on the bed, making all the knights jump who have never heard the queen's voice rise so high. Kuiki is here under my protection and has been summoned by the Wizarding King to heal me of my afflictions, Catherine stated in a voice that just asked for someone to question her. But you Grace, the king has ordered she be. Are you in the royal palace? No, you are in the Wizarding Palace, and therefore his orders have no bearing in here, and mine take precedence as you are under my control here, understand? Only the Wizarding King Isabel herself can overrule me here, she roared back, reminding all who they were truly speaking to. Here and now she was not just the Queen of Clover, and now she was Catherine Vermilion, the great lioness of Clover, whose strength had caused two devils to retreat from it. When the knights turned to the Isabel expecting her to hold up the king's decision, they were shocked when she raised her hand, stating, "While I can overrule her, it would be not only pointless but also place her life in danger, as from what the queen has stated, Kuiki is here to heal her, so she means no harm. But sir, the king has ordered me to do everything within my power to heal his wife, and I would think this as well in my power to decide, for as the queen stated, Kuiki is in my tower and here my word is final." Understood. Now also becoming annoyed at being questioned in her own home, she also started to let off some of her mana as a warning to the gathered knights. It also helped that Julius also took it as his K and followed suit, causing the tower to start shaking under such tremendous magical pressure. The knights, who were now brought down to their knees in such a display, finally understood that they were out of the league here, and to question their superior's decision further would be bad for their health, so they decided to beat a hasty retreat back to their position, bar the ones that were stationed at the queen's own doors, who took a position once more at the doors, but this time inside them so as to keep a safe eye on their charge, as they still had a job to do. Turning back around to face Kuiki, Catherine smiled and let out a sigh of relief as she saw that she had removed her hand from the sword and that Kuiki's eyes had returned to their normal coloring and were no longer glowing. Catherine's own eyes had gained some of their coloring back, and her energy that was once nearly all gone seemed to be gaining a new spark of life for now. She was excited for what was to come, as not only might she be cured but her son would be safe, and if all went right would become even more powerful before he is even born. So Kuiki has explained to me what procedure needs to be done to heal me and remove the curse. She has reassured me that there will be no real side effects and that if all goes right my son will be alright and safe in the end, she stated while giving everyone in the room a chilling gaze as she once again challenging them to challenge her. "What's in the glass container?" questioned Isabel as she took a step forwards towards it to inspect it. Thought Julius was there in a flash and was reaching out to it like a sweet-toothed child would to a new candy, the queen making it clear quite clearly that it was not to be touched or removed from possession by placing it on her lap with both hands clutching it and a pointed look accompanying it. "It's purified mana that will be pushed into the queen's body to protect the unborn child from any harm as I remove the illness and prevent the curse from trying to relocate itself on the babe," Kuiki answered as if it was the most obvious answer, daring them to call her a liar. "She has sworn to me that anything and everything she does is to cure me, so let's get this over with," I'm sick of my bed as it is." Catherine was impatient and her statement made that clear. As she'd been in the bed for too long without being able to spar with anyone and couldn't wait to clash with Kueki when this was all over. Kueki nodded swiftly as she too was impatient to see T's done, and any other words would be pointless now as this procedure was going forwards whether the others want it or not, as the only person whose opinion really mattered here had just given her the go-ahead to proceed. She approached the queen and rolled back the blankets that hid her sickly body underneath them, revealing a body that was too thin for the personality it belonged to, shivering slig. HTLY as it was exposed to the elements of the room. The queen's breath had quickened and everyone else in the room stood on edge ready to intervene if anything went wrong, be it malicious or benign. Uaki first started off with a set of hand seals and then placed her hand on the womb of the queen and started humming slightly as she waited for the results to her technique. The response was in the form or a golden light that shone from the womb. The result bring a smile to Kueki's usually stern face as she gave a slight nod to the queen to indicate that they could proceed with the next bit. Okay, so the womb is healthy. As is the little prince, none of the taint from either the illness of the curse has reached it. Please hand me the energy cube, she stated as she held her hat out to Catherine for the soul container. Her response had the result of bringing a wave of relief to the room's occupants as well a wave of hope as they realized that maybe she would be able to do what she said she could and save their queen and prince. Catherine handed her the soul cube and she once more started an even longer string of signs for a much more complex technique. The soul in the cube started glowing brighter and brighter until it blinded all within the room with its now blinging light. When the eyes of all within the room finally returned to normal, they saw that the golden mist was gone from the container, and when Kueki once again checked the queen's womb, a much stronger golden light shone from it, much to the joy of those in the room who knew what it meant for the two souls. Congratulations, my little Naruto. Welcome to your new life. Best of luck, both of them thought. Now that the prince is safe and healthy, I will proceed to look after the queen. This will be a much faster procedure. Fully, Kueki said as she moved her hands to the position on the queen's body from where she felt the strength of the curse radiate from. Kueki could feel the ill intent of the curse from where her NDS were and was annoyed that it seemed to be more powerful than she had initially accounted for. She might need to push in more of her charka than she had initially calculated. Well, no matter, it would not stop her either way, as it was a minor roadblock to her plans and could be easily removed with some extra power, like nearly all roadblocks. Focusing on the curse was paramount right now, so making sure to have her charka spread out throughout the body and making sure some of it went to the womb so as to absorb her charka into the unborn prince and further strengthen both the soul and the body. She first started to feel the curse resisting in the first few minutes of the procedure, and in response she snarled, pushing more of her energy into the queen, it causing a red glow to be give off from her hands. The devil that had casted the curse was powerful, one of the most powerful devils in Underworld, and to anyone else it would be nearly if not totally impossible to remove the curse. But Kueki is not your average being. She is the most powerful of her siblings. She held half of the total power of the Jubi and had an age to master it in all forms, so in the end the curse had as much of a chance of holding out as a snowball did when facing the sun. None. With a great scream that scared everyone bar Kueki in the room, causing them to jump, a black and purple mark appeared to cover Catherine before it started to lose its form and then shattered before their eyes. It disappeared along with Catherine's screams. With the hard work now done, Kueki started the process of purging the queen of her illness and rejuvenating her body with new energy, which was easy as the queen's soul would convert any non-standard energy entering her body to the next most acceptable energy of that type. So in this case, any charka pushed into the body would result in it being converted into mana and would in turn start to refill the queen's long-depleted reserves. Slowly but surely the queen's pale skin started to regain its color before everyone's eyes, going from a pale white to a sick green and then settling on a near cream color that was close to the original skin color of the queen. Her eyes there were a dull green, unfocused and dim, seemed to reignite before their own eyes as they went from a pale sickly green to a dark forest green and finally settled on the original forest green, once again shining bright, not with power that is but that would come later as she regained her lost power. Her hair had returned to its vibrant red color and was now regained its luster, once again spilling down to her shoulder and beyond. The once withered and stretched skin was now young and shiny and fitting to its own body like a snug glove once again. The most non-physical change was that the magic that was near non-existent due to the constant drain it had experienced due to the curse and illness was starting to grow again, and to those who could sense mana they could feel that it was as potent as ever. Tears started to fill the eyes of those in the room as the queen who was once near death, who all others had given up on and had ridden off, who had been secluded to a bed so as to wither and die in comfort, was now being reborn in front of their eyes, and with her rebirth came the hope for their kingdom. All eyes were still on the queen in shock and reverence at the changes she was still undergoing, but Catherine's eyes were on Kuiki, who looked to be nearing the end of her treatment. She smiled at her, not sure of what to say to her for giving her and her unborn child a new lease of life. She feared it would give way to crying, and she needed to be strong in front of her new friend and savior. Not that she ever doubted her, it's just that the results were far greater than she had though they would be. She could not express her thanks and gratitude or love for what was done for her enough to Kuiki, but she would make sure that she came as close as possible to it when she was not near tears. She felt the new life that flowed through her and her child, or is it children now? Yes, even if Naruto was not originally her child, he was now part of her and her son, so by process of elimination he was now her child as well, and she would trounce anyone who questioned that. But if their souls have been combined, then they were one being as of now. She looked towards the guards to order them to get the king, and then she felt the wetness between her legs. Well shit. Please leave any comments and review the chapter if you feel up to it, as it helped me know what direction you see this going, or if I need to rethink some concepts. Ideas are welcomed, just be aware that it does not mean it will be adopted into the story if it doesn't fit the general story plot. Just warming up. Once again, I do not own any characters or places in this story that are not of my own making or design. Chapter 3. Just warming up. During wars, battles in general tend to be a bloody affair. Most would state that it is the nature of war for all battles to be a bloody affair. Be it on the battlefield fighting a battle hand to hand or steel upon steel, or be it in a room surrounded by others trying to convince them to your opinion and the debating has just gotten heather, it will nearly always have the same saying at the end: well, that was a blood affair. Most battles deal with death in some form or another. Be it in the death of life or the death of an idea, in the end there is the victor and the vanquished. Out of all the forms of battles that one must fight in their lives, there is one form of battle that has a complete opposite effect on those involved. Instead of inspiring fear and ending in death and disappointment, most of the time this form of battle ends with a sense of great happiness and accomplishments. This form of battle is known as childbirth. Childbirth is the only battle that ends in the forming of life and hopefully has no casualties. It is also only no form of battle where only the female can fight, and the male is left if brave enough the spectator. So ferocious and bloody this fight can be that there are males that have fought wars and killed dozens of people, who would leave the room for the nearest bathroom at the mere notion of being present at a child's birth. It was this dilemma that the males found themselves in when the queen noticed water coming from between her legs. Oh shit, what should we do? Should I still get the king? Came the slightly baffled and panicked statements from the now terrified royal guards, who were starting to gain paler skin tones by the second, some of their eyes darting to the door trying to judge the distance they would have to travel to make it. No, don't. No need for him to witness is as he can be informed after, came the now strained voice of the queen, who had been moved to a lying position by both Isabel and Kuiki, who was now running a glowing green hand over the womb, her own eyes focused on the monumental task that was now at hand. My dear, he is the king, and he will have to know eventually, and as both the king, and as the father to your unborn child, he should at least be made aware to the current situation, Isabel stayed, forever the voice of calm and reason when it came to her hot head of a friend who obviously let her emotions control her more than reason. It was not like Isabel actually cared if the king was there when his son being born or not, as he had so far proven to be a failure of a family man, but more wanting to see his face when coming face with both a living queen and a new son. Fine, go inform the king of the current situation, but tell him that he cannot enter the room until I have given birth, as it would be unbecoming of him to be present, came the frustrated response from the queen to the request, in part due to the helpless emotions that came with her husband, but also due to the current situation that she had not prepared for at all. Okay, you need to calm down if you want to make this easier on yourself, and you Julius need to leave as if you are not going to help, as there are already far too many people in this RO. As it is, and your general uselessness in this moment essentially disqualifies you from admission. If you want to be of some general help, go gather anyone who needs to know of the Queen's dispositio. And at this point in time and tell them where to come. Also take the other guard with you as he looks ready to hurl, and we can't have that happening in the room right now, stated Kueki while taking a mo. Meant to stare up at Julius to make sure he was listening to the new order given to him. Luckily for him he was, and he understood what the consequences would be if he decided not to listen to her as in her current predicament. She might not be that forgiving. He proceeded to leave the room in a less sedated speed than usual, all the while giving the remaining guards in the room a signal to follow I am as requested by the Kueki and backed up by the Queen. Everything is going to be okay, right, Kueki? Asked the Queen Catherine in a slightly frightened tone as she started to wonder if her previous sickness would affect the birth. You do realize I am here, right? So yes, everything will be okay. Now stop worrying as it's not going to help in the long run, responded Kueki, all the while frowning as the diagnostics of her scan came back. So, everything looks good so far. The charka I provided her with has helped in reinforcing her bones due to the side effect of having it in her body for now, while it will disappear eventually due to the charka being changed into mana. It should remain around as long as I keep feeding it with new charka. It also seems that the unborn prince is also doing okay in now I can sense no defect or abnormalities that could cause issues in his birth. As she was completing her diagnostic, she started to feel a pull on her charka as if it was being sucked out of her body. At first, she was confused as she knew she was not pushing that much charka into the Queen, so I couldn't be that. It was only after a few minutes of investigating the flow her charka as it left her body did she start to remember the deal she made with death to have a chose on how Naruto's reincarnations was implements. Now that she remembered it, the fear started to settle in her stomach. Shit, I forgot. Damn it, at this rate I only have a day or so before all my charka is gone. What the hell am I supposed to do? If I don't do something soon, I will be unable to prevent myself from dying, and I still haven't gotten my payment from the Silva. Raged Kueki in her head as she started to think of a plan, realizing that the longer it took for the birthing to be complete, the less time she would have to ensure other aspects of her plan were complete. She smirked slightly when she was struck by an idea that she couldn't believe she hadn't had earlier. Maybe it's true what they say, the more you know the more you forget, she mushed as she crossed her figures into a seal. Isabel's POV. Everything was proceeding smoothly in her opinion for now. The Queen was health once more and was now in the process of giving birth to their new prince. While she did have to send Julius off to notify the king, she knew it would still be some time before she had to endure his presence, as the king tended to take his time whenever he could and had already proven how much a priority his wife was to him. Quite frankly, she was sickened at the king and would like nothing better to get rid of him. Place the Queen on the throne, but couldn't do that as it would upset the status quo and give Nobel and the peasantry ideas if she did so. Life was full of ironies that way. So far blood loss has been at a minimum, and there was no sign of complications, which was promising as what the Queen had been suffering from before was supposed to be life-threatening and she has just recovered from it. Glancing at Kueki, she could see that the woman was focusing on the birthing and was using her glowing hands to either heal or to make the overall procedure for the Queen a lot less painful. The Queen was giving no indication of distress, so she saw no real reason to panic, and on top of that, as Kueki had just spent a lot of time healing the Queen of her curse and illness, there was not logical reason to suspect that she had any malicious intent towards the Queen of the unborn prince. No. What was now catching her attention was that she could start to see that Kueki had something on her mind that seemed to have nothing to do with the current scenario. The only signs that she could see that indicated something was wrong was a slow in the rate at which Kueki would rotate between checking the Queen's womb or her chest, as well as a slight dimming of the energy that was being emitted by Kueki's hands. What caused her to jump was when there was a slight pop behind her, and with a puff of smoke, an court clone of Kueki appeared behind her with the same bored express that the original usually had adorning her face. What is this? Although her magic was the ability to revive and banish illness, not to create clones. Thought the now slightly baffled king, confused at what she had just witnessed. How are you doing this? Although you said you specialized in revival magic, she whispered as she started to scrutinize the clone closely, pacing around it looking to see if there was any imperfections or blemishes that could set her apart from what she assumed was the original. There were none to her surprise. Not even when she examined her magical signature was she able to detect any differences between them. For all intent and purpose, this clone was a perfect clone of the original down to the N. Urg's signature, which she had never seen before nor thought possible. My clone will explain all that needs to be explained as you escort her to the Silver Reliquary to collect my payment, a singly Acess. Paraded response came from behind her, causing her to turn back to the original, as if Kueki was fed up with the first question. Payment. Yes, payment. You remember the price we agreed on for my help in healing your queen, right? Any object from the reliquary after I heal your queen. Your queen and prince are now healed with no side effect, so I want payment, a slight annoyed voice responded. Is now really the right time for this? Also, the queen is still giving birth, so she still has to make it thought this for you to collect. Payment. One is the right time, as I will make sure nothing goes wrong and my clone will collect what I want from the reliquary, and 2 the agreement was to remove the curse which is done and the illness which was also complete. The giving birth part was not part of the agreement, and right now I'm helping out of a professional courtesy, so don't push your luck. Growled Kueki in a now near furious response, angry that Isabel was trying to find a loophole to get out of the deal. How do I know you won't kill the queen after I leave with your clone, huh? You do realize I am right here, right? Came the slightly amused voice of the queen as she glanced Betway and the now 3 occupants in her room with a strained face as sweat started sweeping down her brow. Isabel, she did what she was asked to do, and we should be thanking her for going beyond that. I do believe you owe her, Isabel. Let it not be said that House Silva tries to regain on their debts. How do you know you can trust her, Catherine? She whispered back, slightly exasperated at the response from the queen. Why do I feel like I'm being left out of some great secret? She mused to herself. You can trust Kueki because I trust her with the life of my son. She has as much riding on this birth as I have, so there is no chance of her betraying me, Catherine whispered back to her. Looking back over at her, she could see the queen was slowly losing more energy to the birthing process and had made it clear that the conversation was over. Rolling her eyes and letting out a sigh, she signaled the clone to follow her as she made her way to the entrance of the queen's room, signaling to the guards she wouldn't be gone long and that she wanted to be kept up to date on any new changes that happened during the childbirth. She could hear the light footsteps behind her as Kueki's clone followed. She briefly played with the idea of running to the Silva residence, but thought against it as it wouldn't do to be seen running in the palace grounds, not to mention it might alert others to what was happening in the tower. Also, it would be completely unsightly for a Silva led along the Wizarding King to be seen rushing. Arriving at the main entrance to the tower, she instructed the guards they were not to let anyone thought that had not already left, as she didn't trust anyone and that the orders came from the queen as well. What do you know of the Silva family? She shouted back to the clone that followed her. Not much. That they are one of the 3 royal families and have a history in magical artifacts, came the sharp response. So not much then. The family is over 500 years old and dates to the times of when the elves populated the Forsaken Realm in Clover Kingdom. During that time we had a duty to look after and protect different magical artifacts. Members of our family would go in search of these artifacts and crawl through the dungeons to find them. They would then be put through a cleansing ritual to remove any curses or improper effects on them before being added to our reliquary. She was quite proud of her lineage and had no issue in advertising it like many in her family did due to its links with the elves. If you had a cleansing ritual, why didn't you use it on the queen to remove the curse instead of making a deal with me? Came the curious response from the clone. Because some 500 years ago the elves vanished, and after that we stopped doing the cleansing ritual for some reason, and because of that its process and rules were lost to us. It was also after that time that we stopped taking much of the artifacts we collected with us and started to just leave them to gather dust in the reliquary. To be honest, the reliquary has not grown that much since the last ritual, came her dejected response, somewhat ashamed that her family had forgotten their past and stopped driving themselves to be better. The last time an artifact was added to the reliquary was over a decade ago, and that was when myself and my sister raided a dungeon for one. She reminisced a bit, as she remembered the horror of that dungeon and how they had lost 3 of their squad members just to get past all of its defenses. She still had no idea what the artifact did. Nor did they try to find out, as every time they looked at it they were reminded of the price they had to pay for it. Without the cleansing ritual, any of the new artifacts could still be tainted. So the risk of using them is too great now, and many of the older artifacts are too powerful for many of our members to use. Or we are just too prideful to use them, as for most of us we view ourselves so powerful we don't need artifacts. Herself included, if she was being honest. Her pride as the Wizarding King prevented her from seeing the help of some of the artifacts in the reliquary. Well, then I should be fine, as I can just cleanse any of the artifacts before I take them. The clone responds in a smug voice, realizing that most of the artifacts were unused. In regard to that ability, where does it come from? As I asked before, I assumed that your ability was to heal people, not create clones. She asked again. I suppose I should tell you the truth, at least you do deserve that. It's not like I will be around much longer for it to matter much, lamented the clone. Taking a deep breath, she started to regale me on her story and what drove her down this path. Silva Residence. The Silva residence in the Clover Palace compound was extensive, with large well-maintained gardens that flowed into each other, broken up by ponds and walks that all led back to the main residence. The They were large and spacious, using bright colors and mirrors so as to reflect the sunlight, so as to make it seem like the residence was much brighter than it actually was. The Silva family itself were not a large family, and due to this it left much of the rooms in the compound empty and quiet, as they could only be in so many places at once. Leading down the main entrance of the compound, Isabel led the Kuiki clone to an older part of the palace. There was not much they talked about after she was brought up to date by Kuiki on what had transpired up to Julius and herself entering the queen's room. So, while Kuiki spent her time investigating the residence and her surroundings with somewhat curiosity, Isabel was left to think on all that she had learnt. Different worlds had always been a far-flung idea in most of their minds, as while they did have magic at their disposal, the idea of a different world not only seemed unlikely for the largest of times but also dangerous. They already had issues with their surrounding neighbors. If they included other worlds on top of that, it was like to cause many to panic. So, to learn that not only Kuiki but also a part of the unborn prince's soul was from a different world was shocking, and there was so many questions she had asked. From learning of Charka and what it could do, to seeing it in person and watching its results was a new experience altogether. For it to achieve what so much magic had failed to do was a testament to its power and capability. Leaning what had driven Kuiki to this world had made her angry, and rightly so. No one should face what that child had faced, and if it had happened here in Clover Kingdom, the entire population would have been arrested for that act. They were not Diamond or Spade Kingdom, who from their new information had little love for their poor and would look away from wrongdoings. They were Clover, and how their citizens acted reflected on the nobility and royalty, or at least that was how she saw it. The fact that the unborn prince was now a host of a second soul, so to say, was worrying, but according to Kuiki, the queen knew about this and had given her permission to proceed with the procedure. That at least did explain the glass container with the golden glow in it and what it was used for. To think it was the soul of another living thing in there and none of them could feel it, she must increase her non-physical training, as such a miss was unacceptable. This at least did explain why the queen was so willing to trust Kuiki with their lives, as to fail the queen was to fail her own promise to look after the young soul of Naruto, which from the sounds of it was completely unacceptable for Kuiki. This did mean that she would have to keep an eye on the new prince as he grew up, to make sure there was no malign effects on either himself or those around him. Especially since Kuiki would not be around after he was born, from what she just told her. To think that such gods and BGS existed made her shiver in fear as she started to question her faith and started to realize that it was a much bigger world today than it was yesterday for her. As she passed one of the lower residential's doors, it was flung open as a white-haired teen walked out to see her. "Aunt Isabel, what are you doing here? I thought you were busy," came the excited greeting from the teen. This was Nozzle Silva, the eldest son, to her sister. He had just reached his teens and would be soon getting his grimoire, so he had been spending most his free time mastering his mana. Because of this she had not seen much of him for the last few times she had been able to visit the residence. Her sister as usually was busy with her duties as captain and with 3 children was rarely free for some a long time, so it was a nice surprise to see her nephew out and about. "Hello Nozzle, finally took that head out of your books I see, what are you doing down here and not in the main wing?" She greeted friendly as she quite liked her nephew. Sure he was a bit too serious for her liking, but she knew his heart was in the right place and that he adored his mother and siblings above all. His mana was also quite rful even for a royal and she could see great thing in the future for him should he train his mana right. "I do not have my head in a book all the time." He sulked, eyes squinting as he looked away as if trying to deny an undeniable fact. "You still have not answered why you are down here," she asked with one eyebrow raised. "I was wandering around during a break I am taking and though I would come down here to see what I could find." "Who is she?" stated Nozzle as he pointed to the Kuiki who was looking down at him as she had finally stopped studying the surrounding environment. "Her name is Kuiki, and she is my guest here and has rendered a great service to our family and the country," she replied looking at her nephew and made it clear that he was to leave that topic be for now. Nozzle turned his head to Kuiki and inspected her as if she was some type of animal that had just invaded his territory. Doing so got him a slap in the face in the form of killer intent that made him take a step back in slight fear and got him to look away. "How is you mother Nozzle? I hope everything is okay with her. Is she still determined to remain in service as captain even in her current condition?" Isabel questioned he nephew. For while she would like to ask these questions to her own sister, it was always better in her mind to get answers as quickly as possible than to wait. She was anxious as her sister was all that was left of her siblings and while she already had 3 children, she had just confirmed she was pregnant again with a 4th. Isabel was both elated and worried for her little sister. Elated at the fact that the family was getting bigger, but worried due to both having had made enemies that were always looking for something to use against them and after what had happened to Athrine it was obvious that some of those enemies were not to be trifled with. She is the captain and needs to make an example to all other squads so of course she will fight till she can no longer do so. But apart from that she is fine. A bit worried that you have not visited in a while and seems angry that she cannot get in to see the queen," was the measured reply from Nozzle who didn't want to let out so much information in front of someone he viewed was not part of the family. "Well then you should hurry along to her and inform your mother that the queen is healthy once more and in the process of giving birth to the prince," came the sharp but kind reply from Kuiki, who while a bit peeved at the original glances made by the white-haired child was happy to see how devoted he was to his family. Turning his head, he looked at his aunt looking for some form of confirmation. She nodded to him which resulted in a slight smile gracing his lips as such news would make his mother happy. Quote, "Go inform your mother and tell her she can come see the queen after the birth as she doesn't want to be disturbed during it and has only summoned the king so far," Isabel told her nephew as they again started to make their way towards the bowls of the Silver residence, leaving Nozzle behind to make his way to the Silver Eagle barracks so as to inform his mother of the new news. They had finally arrived at the doors that guarded the entrance to the Silva magical reliquary. They were immense-sized doors located at the very base of the Silva residence. What was most noticeable about them was the fact that there was no sign of where one door ended and the next door started. The doors were made from a silver metal with the golden Silva crest placed in the center. Standing in front of the doors, Kuiki felt a bit intimidated. She couldn't feel anything behind the doors even with her far-reaching senses, nor she could feel no magic energy in the door itself. Looking over at Isabel, she could see that she was beginning what seemed to be a chant as not only was her grimoire out and laid out in front of her, but her mana as well was flowing from her in a steady pace to the door and running along the top of it, giving it a new green field over of the silver and gold metal. As she listened, she could hear the mechanisms of the door turning and watched as instead of folding out or inward, the door drew upwards slowly but surely. By the time that the chanting and the flow of mana had stopped, the door was fully raised and Isabel was back at Kuiki's side ready to proceed, showing no sign of the vast amount of mana she had just lost. Kuiki raised an eyebrow at what she saw was behind the door, it was nothing but a black shimmering veil. Looking at Isabel expectantly, hoping for an explanation, she was agitated when all Isabel did was give her an amused glance and then proceeded to walk into the veil. Kueki decided to follow as she figured that there was no real harm in following Isabel. When she reappeared, she was standing inside a very large-size marble chamber. It was made up of white marble with golden inlays which made up the whole chamber. There was a dip in the center that was obviously where the cleansing ritual took place, but like Isabel stated, it was clearly unused. Lined along the walls were racks for weapons and armor and secured cases for items that did not match that criteria. These were also raised level of stonework with more cases on top that were at equal intervals around the chamber. All these racks and cases were occupied by a large range of number of items, from daggers to robes to gemstones that shone with mana. Isabel walked to the center of the chambre and turned around to Kueki, all the while she had trailed her fingers across multiple cases that were closed in order to prevent contact with the potentially dangerous stones. You now stand in the Silva Reliquary. This is where the entire collection of magical artifacts for our family is stored. There is no greater collection of magical artifacts in the whole Four Kingdoms, Isabel stated as she looked at Kueki while opening her arms to show off all the wealth and power. That was the foundation of the Silva family. As agreed, you will be able to select any artifacts from this reliquary so long as I agree to it. You will also have to cleanse anything you want to look at before you touch it. You should also be aware that all attempts to use magic or chakra in your case is prevented by seals and rituals that make only those of Silva blood able to access their energy. In here, the look Kueki got from Isabel was that of a warning. Reaching inwards, she was shocked to find out that while she could feel her chakra, it was not only unusable to her but also no longer being drained from her body. Unlike before, where even as a clone her chakra was being converted back into death energy so she would soon die, but somehow this room was stopping the conversion. Checking her body, Kueki could sense that she could still redirect chakra to different parts of her body to empower it but not push chakra outside of it nor to attempt any techniques with it. This is amazing. The seals of this room are preventing my chakra from leaving my body and also from it being converted, Kueki said in wonder as she tried to experiment with her chakra but found she couldn't at all. Isabel looked at her with a frown and walked over. I told you it wouldn't be possible, did you not believe me? It's not that, it's that by doing this my chakra is being prevented from leaving my body or being converted, and therefore it's like a stay of execution. To say simply, I think as long as I stay in this room I won't die from the agreement I made with death, if you catch my meaning. Kueki was now excited, as the prospect of avoiding death was a great benefit to her. Even if it did mean being stuck in a place like this, she might someday be able to find a way to survive being outside of the chamber. So, you want to, for the sake of living and essentially cheating death, to hide down in our reliquary so as to utilize outsealing arrays to your benefit, all the while still taking one of our artifacts as well. Correct, but the artifact is not for me, it's for the prince when he is born and ready, intervened Kueki, knowing that if she said it was for the prince then the likelihood of being allowed to both stay in reliquary and get an artifact was much higher. Plus, I can, while I'm here, protect and maybe even cleanse the artifacts, as I should be able to push my chakra into objects still, right? Kueki also added to make the offer even more appealing, while she wouldn't say she was close to begging for Isabel to accept the new ask, she very much was. As she was thousands of years old, she knew she would be able to find a way to get out of this reliquary and hopefully meet the prince one day. That could be a bit trickier, as while it is not as busy as it had once been, the reliquary is still sometimes used for training, and we still do sometimes find artifacts that are put here, so I will need the approval of my sister, and should he ever get access, Nozzle will also have to be informed and allow you to be here. While I'm sure neither of them will protest, I will still need to ask them before I can give you the go-ahead. I will ask after we leave and inform the original of the decision when I make it back to the tower. No, please choose an artifact, we don't have all day, Isabel replied calmly. Inwardly she was thrilled that she might be able to help Kueki, and hope that by doing this the kingdom might gain a powerful ally. Kueki started to examine the artifacts one by one. She immediately dismissed the armor as it was of no use, and while some of the weapons were quite powerful in their own regards, they didn't match the power of her own katana in her opinion, and she had planned on leaving that for the prince, as with her it wouldn't have much use. Plus, Shish. He wanted something that could benefit the prince from the start and not just when he was able to use it. Making her way directly to the cases, she saw they had not only gems and stones but also pieces of jewelry displayed in them, with most of the jewelry being in the form of rings and necklaces. She started to notice that some of the gems and stones in the jewelry emitted a strong mana presence. And looked up to Isabel, indicating to the anomaly for an explanation. Those are known as elf stones. They hold great energy and in theory when used correctly can greatly enhance one's mana capabilities. The only issue is that the ability to use them is tied to the elven race, and with them no longer existing we no longer have the ability to access them. It is for this reason that all we can do is keep them to ensure no other being tries to use them for malicious reasons. Isabel supplied the requested information with a bit of regret in her voice at the notion that they had lost access to such a powerful tool. There were certain stones not in their possession that had been given as a sign of trust to the two other royal families that were also elf stones, and while they provided no power benefits to the wielders, they still provide a form of comrade with the other royal families. Frowning, Kueki moved on to the next case, as while the elf stones were eye-catching, they were ultimately useless if they didn't provide a benefit to the prince, and taking them out of the reliquary would be counterproductive to the reason they were there. Focusing on the new case, she quickly moved on from that, as well as it only had low-level artifacts, and even though they did give off an energy signature, it was not enough to match what she was looking for. As she moved on to the next case, she felt a powerful pulse of mana being emanated from the other side of the room from one of the further cases. Deciding to follow her instincts and senses, she diverted her investigations to the case, giving off the large wave of mana. In the case lay 3 necklaces, each one gold, with a single stone set in the center going from green to gold to a dark red in color. All of them were flawless gems and seemed to have a slight glow from deep within them. What is this? I feel immense mana levels coming from them, but it's like it's sentient mana and containing itself inside the gems and not releasing itself for some reason. Those are known as mana gems. They can only be found in a strong mana region, and these were all collected from large dungeons in those regions. Essentially they are magical gems like elf stones that have been saturated in mana from a strong mana region for so long that they become a physical embodiment of the type on mana in the region. The issue is they have only ever provide a minimal mana boost when worn, and only if the wearer has a similar mana type. The closer their mana type is to the stones, the better the boost. The boost itself is nowhere near as great as what you can get from some of the gems around here, especially from the elf stones, informed Isabel as she looked over Kueki's shoulder, as she had joined her in looking at the necklaces in the case, lamenting the fact that there were very few who could wear them. Because of the magical nature of the Silva family, none have been able to wield one of the necklaces while gaining their benefits, and giving them as a gift while good would be near an insult to those who knew about them, as they provided nearly no benefit, as she said, and would only raise question about the honor of the Silva family giving such a weak gift. That's not possible. From the mana bust I just felt from these stones, there is more mana in them than in the elf stones, at the very least a fourfold in mana levels. There is no way you see old gain anything else but the huge mana boosts even by touching one of these gems, thought Kueki as she frowned, contemplating what she had felt and what Isabel just told her, as she was no longer feeling the mana pulse anymore and having no way of identifying what gem was the acceptable gem. She started to turn away from the gems, noting to maybe come back to them if there was nothing else she could find. As she was about to turn, she was once again hit by an energy pulse, but this time it had clearly come from Golden Gem. The pulse was so great that she could feel the almost unbearable demand from it to be picked up and used. She looked at Isabel but saw no notice or change in her stance to give any indication that she had felt the surge in mana, which meant that whatever was in the gem clearly was sentient enough to identify what was around it. Well, how can I refuse when it asks so nicely? Hopefully it will prove to be then just a mana pulsing gem for the prince when he has it. He was thinking as she reached out for the gem, getting a shock when she did so. Not enough to send her flying, but enough to get the message across that it shouldn't be toughed in any way. Okay, if that is what I get for touching it with just one figure, I don't want to know what will happen should I wear it. Picking it up by the chain, it is then re-evaluating what had just happened. She picked the CK lace up by the golden chain that surrounded it and turned to Isabel. This is the artifact I pick, is it acceptable? Her voice clear and final, making it clear to Isabel that she wouldn't be deterred from her pick. If you are still picking it after what I said and going to give it to the prince, then fine, but please make it clear that it is coming from you and not from the Silva family," replied Isabel in an exasperated tone, as she was clearly confused why Kueki picked one of the least important objects in the whole reliquary. But beings like Kueki will not be deterred once they have made their choice. So she knew better than trying to dissuade her from doing it. "If we are done here for now, follow me so we can leave. You can head back to the tower and inform your original self and the queen if able about the change in our agreement, while I will go and talk to both my sister and to Nozzle about you staying here. Hopefully this will all go smoothly." With this, Kueki placed he newly acquired artifact in her pocket and proceeded to follow Isabel to the entrance of the chamber, which was once again covered in a black veil, and followed her into it. Back in the tower, all the windows in the tower were wide open by now, so as to at least remove some of the smell of blood that was now prominent in the air. The basin that stood on the bedside table that was once the home of crystal clean water was now stained in blood, as the water was now a deep red color even after it was replaced several times. The atmosphere in the room was tense as the screams of the queen was the only sound that penetrated the silence. For the last hour this is how it had been going, the birthing procedure being too intense to discuss anything. Sweat now drenched the queen's hair as she laid down on the bed, veins pulsing in the forehead as she kept on push in order to bring her son into the world, all at the constant insistence of Kueki, who stood at the bottom of the bed coaxing her throughout the procedure. "Come on, just a few more pushes. Put you bloody back into it," came the ever-instant voice of her companion, who like herself was starting to sweat, but Catherine didn't know. It wasn't like the room was hot or that she was the one birthing a child. "What do you think I am doing? Having a bloody picnic?" Catherine screamed back as she started to push once more, using her frustration that she still had to endure this to fuel her with the much-needed strength to keep on going. Kueki sighed as she went back to focusing on healing any tears or negative effects that were occurring during the childbirth. She could start to feel her chakra getting smaller and smaller, and for the first time ever she could start to feel the limitation of her chakra capacity. Even with the extra chakra that would be returned to her once her clone returned and was dispelled, she still would only have enough chakra to last for another day at most, if not a bit less. The concept of death, while not frightening, was still enough of a threat that she tried to find a way to avoid the inevitable for as long as possible, but after spending the last hour trying to think up of a plan, all she was left with was the foregone conclusion that it was not possible. All she could do was make herself comfortable in the fact that at least she would be able to see the new prince being born before she disappeared. She had already planned to leave her sword for the prince, as it would be perfect for him, she felt, and she wanted to have at least one part of her legacy survive. She was starting to wonder where her clone was, as she felt her vanish over an hour ago but didn't receive any memory or chakra back, as would happen if the clone was dispelled. She hoped it was able to pick something of use. Own the Silva reliquary, as right now her katana, while powerful, wouldn't be usable for a while when it came to the prince, and she was hoping for something that could benefit him in the close future and not the distant. Looking down again, she started to run a diagnostic on the queen again so as to check that everything was proceeding as planned. It seemed that they were nearing the end, as the unborn child was nearing the end of its journey. Kueki once again signaled for the queen to push, and once again got a brazen response both verbally and physically from the now thoroughly tired queen. Knowing that the prince was coming, she moved between the queen's legs and squatted down once more. First came the head and then came the rest of his body. He started crying the second he was out, taking in first deep breaths of air, all the while Kueki was using a water jutsu, and then an air afterwards to wash and dry the newborn. Picking up a blanket and draping the newborn prince in it, she turned to the queen, who, while still drenched in sweat and taking in deep labored breaths, was looking, had eyes only for the child in her arms. Seeing the queen reach out her hand in a desperate grabbing motion, Kueki approached her. Catherine's POV. He was so small in her hands when Kueki laid him in them that she almost couldn't believe he was real. No, after waiting so long to see him, with a small bunk of dark orange hair, nearly red, adorning a round and chubby face, he already looked perfect. But it was when he stopped crying and opened his eyes that she started to cry, for the forest green eyes so like her own that peered back at her made her realize how real this was and just how much like her he already was. He was perfect to her in every way, and after enduring so much to get here, what with the curse and the illness, she was so sure that neither of them would get to this point. After fighting so hard just for him to be born, no matter what, to see him in her arms was just too much for her to handle, and she could feel the tears starting to stream down her face as she held her little prince. His tiny hands were now curled in a fist as he started to quieten down and proceeded to just stare up at her quietly. If she had the choice, she would stay in this position forever, even if it meant being in this uncomely state. She could start to feel some of her energy returning, and the tiredness started to ebb away slowly. Looking up from her child, she saw that Kueki was once again pushing her charka into her in order to speed up the healing process. She had no words to describe the gratitude and the indebtedness she felt towards Kueki for all she had done, from not only save her life but also saving his son, as well as sticking by her side and helping in her son's birth. Even now she was still healing her when she didn't have to. She knew what was coming for her friend. Kueki had told her what would happen after all her charka was gone. Such a notion was upsetting to her, with only her son being present in her arms, stopping her from breaking down all over again. She was about to inquire about what Kueki was going to do now that she had done her part, when the door opened and Kueki's clone entered. Its eyes zooming in on the child in her arms, and a smile graced the clone's face. "Well, how did it go? Did you choose an artifact?" Came the question quickly from Kueki, who was just finishing up cleaning up between her legs, which, while uncomfortable and embarrassing, was needed to prevent any further sickness from befalling her. Seeing the clone pull something out of her pocket, she watched as a necklace with a golden gem was revealed to them. What was curious about it was the lightly glowing center in the gem. She could only feel a minimal amount of mana coming off the necklace and was confused on what its purpose outside of being an ornamental piece. "What is it?" she asked as she held out one of her hands, shifting her son to her other arm and cradling him in it, in order to hold it and give it a more thorough inspections before it was placed on her son. "Interesting, there is a faint glow to it, but I still feel nothing from it bar a small amount of mana being emitted from it. From what Isabel told me, it's a mana gem. It originates from a strong mana region, and due to most of the other object in the reliquary being elf stones, and also with the feeling I got when I saw this gem, I decided to select this one as it seemed to be the most appropriate piece for the new prince," came the reply from the clone, who had moved to stand beside Kueki. "Also, boss, you might want to pop me, as there is some news you might want to know that could help solve our current dilemma," stated the clone before looking Kueki and disappearing in a puff of smoke as she was bonked on the head. Turning back to Kueki, she could see she was absorbing the information from the grimace that adorned her face with the now knitted brows, so decided to give her some time to think. Looking back to the necklace in her hand, she turned to her son and draped the necklace over his neck, so it rested on his stomach. When the gem touched his cheek, she felt a powerful wave of mana being released from the necklace and into her son. Extending her senses into her son, she could feel a large amount of mana beginning to take form in him. What shocked her was that the level of it already matched most standard wizarding knights. While it was far too early to even begin to try guess what type of magic he would have, she could already tell it would be powerful from the mana alone. She was broken out of her musing by laughing coming from Kueki. Looking back up at her, she could see that Kueki was smiling and seemed to be close to doing a little dance. Wondering what was going on, she cleared her throat and gave the laughing woman a look to explain herself, all the while rocking her son, who too started gargling a bit at the noise now coming from the red head. "What is going on, Kueki? I assume from the current expression that it's good, right?" Quote, "It's better than good, it's great. It seems that the Silva reliquary is designed and protected in such a way that it would allow for me to remain by preventing my charka from being absorbed. After some time in there, I could probably find a way to replicate the effects on myself so as to be able to get out. All that needs to be done is getting permission fr. Own some of the core members of the Silva family, and I can move in there for the time being so as to not die." Came the more than ecstatic and eager response from Kueki, who now seemed to have new lease of life in her eyes. A smile started forming on her lips as she was happy for her friend, and the idea that she could still be around in some form to talk to and get help from was something she was very pleased with. "That is great to hear. If it works out, then you should be able to see my son and watch as he grows up, and later when he is older help train him to kick ass." A fire stated to Light Eye. And her eyes as she said that, imagining all the mayhem and chaos her son was going to cause to his enemies. Oh, she couldn't wait to see it. As if there was one place a Vermilion thrived, it was on the battlefield. He is not even an hour old and you're already planning his great conquests. Is this the fate of all new mothers, I wonder? My sister had the same look when she just had nozzle, came the AMU. Said in calm voice of the Wizarding King as she walked into the room, her cape bellowing behind her as she made a beeline to the bed in order to see the new prince that was just born. She placed a finger on his cheek and stroked it slightly, getting a wet giggle in return, causing the Wizarding King's eyes to light up with joy, as she had not been in the company of a baby since her sister's son Solid was born. Now he was a loud baby when he was born, not like the little prince that seemed to be content with being silent. So, what did your sister say when you asked her and your nephew for permissio? And to use the reliquary as a temporary home? Kueki asked, her hands ringing against each other as she waited for the much-anticipated response from the suddenly serious Wizarding King. She has agreed to let you seek shelter in the reliquary as long as you take a vow of silence of what you see in there and promise to offer your services to cleanse artifacts of their taint for the foreseeable future, even after your leave. If you ever manage to, that is. Also, my nephew Nozzle is being kept in the dark for now, as he will be informed once he reaches the age of majority, as we see no need to burden high with this kind of decision for now unless needed. We will of course provide you with sustenance, but other things you will need to get for yourself, answered Isabel, much to the joy of those present in the room. Isabel's eyes focused on Kueki to impart on her the importance of such a decision. I thought for a few minutes and came to a quick decision myself, and anyway, helping Kueki no matter how small of a deed, it would be a good thing to do, as I did owe her a great debt. Don't worry about the cost of stuff. The Vermilion and the Kira family will cover any expense, as a form of repayment for your services. You will want for nothing while down there or when you are able to return to us safely, I stated calmly while looking Kueki directly in the eye so as to make sure she understood what I was offering would not be denied. Turning to us both, Kueki bowed from the waist and for the first time ever had a look of gratitude on her face. Thank you both for offering this to me, and I hope you know that by doing this both of you will forever have a friend in me, and trust me when I say this, I don't have many friends. Turning my head, I looked back down to my son and smiled as he reached up and grabbed a lock of my hair and for some reason decided it was good enough to eat, and so proceeded to put it in his mouth to chew on. I knew his life wouldn't be as easy as some assumed it would be. There would be constant training in both regards to magic and to one day taking his father's mantle of King of all Clover. It was doubtful he would be able to marry for love, and that as a royal prince his entire life would now be dedicated to the realm and not to a singular being. For this reason he would be unable to join a magical knight squad, as to do so could be perceived as a form of favoritism, and that couldn't be allowed. Sure, he would have the best teachers and lessons that money could buy, but none of that could meet the importance of the field experience and comradeship. She came from being part of one of the quads. But for now, she didn't need to worry about that, because it would take years before his body, let alone his mana, would be capable of sustained training. She hoped by then she would have the king back on track and have introduced her son to some of the more worth members of her family. She knew her sister had just gotten pregnant with another child, so maybe her son would have a playmate to grow up with and help keep his head level when surrounded by the court of sycophants. Akimitsu, that will be his name. He will be a bright light to all that see high and guide them to a new and better Clover, I stated out loud after looking at my son for some time while trying to find out the perfect name for him. Akimitsu seemed right, as both his parents' mana would emit some form of light. The light from my great flames. And from my husband's rather ridiculous light magic he used to make statues of himself. It's a good name, a strong name, at least it's better than Fishcake. By the gods, what a ridiculous name, came the proud voice of Isabel, who was back to rubbing Akimitsu's cheek while giving a side glance to Kueki, whose eyebrows were starting to twitch. Naruto is a perfectly fine name, it's mean Maelstrom as well, but I suppose Akimitsu is also acceptable, came the slight irritated poke back from Kueki, who by now seems to have lost any kind of gratitude she felt towards Isabel. Probably due to the name comment. Actually, I was thinking of naming him Akimitsu Naruto Kira as his full name, so he doesn't lose part of what he is, I whispered silently to myself, but it seemed to be loud enough for both of them to look at me in shock at my admission. You know the king won't like that, and while Akimitsu is fine, how will you explain Naruto as a second name? I will say it was the name of the late child of the woman who healed me, and I wanted to honor her. It's not a lie really, is it? The more I thought of this, the more I liked this idea and was becoming more set in it. It also might make it easier for my son to accept the truth once he is told, as such news would be a big shock to anyone. Kuiki smiled again and was about to respond, when the door to the tower was opened once again and in stepped Julius. He looked to be in a panic and his eyes were darting around the room, locking first with mine and then with the other occupants. Seeing little Akimitsu in my arms gave him some pause as he readjusted himself and came towards us. His face was serious and there was no resemblance of the smile that would usually adorn it. His eyes were now hard, and what was worst, I could feel his mana seeping out of his body nearly uncontrolled. Deciding I would give him a few seconds to explain himself before I chastised him for such a wreck. Let's act. While my newly born son was in the room, I turned my full attention to him. Explain now, Julius, my voice once more resembling the strong and unwavering queen he knew. Your Majesty, it is my duty to inform you that I believe that it was your husband the king that poisoned you and orchestrated the attack by the devils on you purpose, he replied, his eyes now darting once more around the room. I could feel my breath stop and my blood start to boil. Please review and comment if you want, it helps me plan and lay out future content. All good things must end. I continue not to own any unorigi. Null characters places are depictions of characters places from either the Naruto or Black Clover universe. Chapter 4. What do you mean the king was the one who tried to kill me? And what proof do you have of this accusation, Julius? The queen ordered, all signs of tiredness or stress gone from her body, as the anger at both her husband and Julius for such a notion started coming to the forefront. Shish. Had placed Akimitsu in the crib beside her, so as to prevent any harm from befalling him if her anger became too great to control and resulted in a mana bust from her body. To have such an accusation on her husband made to her right after giving birth to their son was not something she expected, no matter how prepared she thought she was to receive her husband's response. Such accusations dead no small amount of proof and evidence, as if such a thing was by her husband's orchestration, then she would have to retaliate for the safety of her child, and such an action would start a war with the Kira family. I want an explanation now, Julius. What happened when you left here to see my husband, and how did it lead you to this audacious conclusion? And it damn well better be good, she nearly roared back at the now very nervous knight captain in front of her. Julius in turn looked towards both Isabel and Kuiki, who were both now standing in front of the queen's bed and giving him equally baffled looks at what he had just claimed. Seeing that any wait in an explanation would likely end poorly regarding his health, Julius knew he needed to start from the very beginning of what had happened since he left the room. Flashback to when Julius was leaving the queen's room. Julius shook his head as he was leaving the queen's quarters at the shouting he could hear coming from the inside. Thank the gods I don't have to be there for this. I don't think could handle such a situation while being surrounded by that many women that could kill me, Julius was thinking as he let out a sigh, which in turn made the guards that were following him take a nervous glance at each other. Okay, so I need to go get the king and in turn inform him that his wife, who he though was going to die along with their son, is not only alive and healthy, but also that the latter is about to give birth. This is going to go great. His head already filled with all the possible outcomes on how this was going to go from bad to a possible worst. He had hoped that such news would make the king not only happy, as he should be, but also make him remember that he had responsibilities outside of standard courtly fey, as well as being the head of the Kira family. The kingdom needed the three families to be stable and cohesive with each other, the Kira family more than most, as it was the king's family since the beginning of the crisis. With the queen being sick and unlikely to survive birth along with the child, the Vermilion family has started to pull away from both the Kira and the Silva family. In part B, blaming both clans for the current situation, as well as themselves for being unable to protect on of their own. They held the king in near contempt, as to them his lack of being present at the queen's side was an insult to them due to the way he has started to conduct himself when not in the queen's presence. They were also seriously offended when the king made it clear that House Kira would no longer waste resources on trying to find a cure for the queen, and that the fate of both the queen and the unborn prince was, in his words, an act of God. When the Vermilions asked for the backing of the Silva family to force the issue with the king, they were informed that the Silva family does not take part in such events, and that while the Silva family wouldn't stop individuals from their family trying to find a cure, they would follow in the path of their king. Since then, relations between the three families have been strained, but now it was not only inside the royal families as now tension has started to expand the Wizarding Knights squads that both the Silva and the Vermilion families were leading. While tension between the squads was always somewhat there, it was usually in the form of a gentle rivalry and somewhat friendly, but this new kind of tension was not healthy for the squads. If the squads started to fight between each other, then it would result in a weakened Clover Kingdom. To Julius and to some of the other higher UPS, this was not acceptable and needed to be cleared up as soon as possible, lest Diamond or Spade took advantage of such an opportune moment. Single quote. Hopefully, with the Queen being healed and the Prince being born, it will tie the Kira and Vermilion family closer together, and then with all this tension finally being gone, we can finally go back to throwing empty threats at each other, came the resolved thought to Julius as he walked through the main tower doors. Turning back to the royal guards, he informed them of his decision that they should stay put and let only the king and those already present renters the tower, as they couldn't put the queen in any perceived form of danger, and if it became known that the queen was healed and about to give birth, then there was a chance that those who had originally cursed her could come back to finish the job. Leaving the Wizarding King's palace, Julius turned towards the Clover King's palace and swiftly made his way to the main entrance. "Halt! What is the reason for your presence?" was the greeting that was given to Julius as he approached the gateway, the guards now looking even more pissed than usual, having already been annoyed by Kuiki's attempts to enter earlier that day. "I have orders from both the Queen Catherine and the King Isabel to see the king and inform him of recent events," stated Julius, knowing that while he was a Knights captain, he could still face serious charges if he tried to gain entrance to the palace on false pretenses. So, he decided to give them the sick version of the truth, knowing that they would check with Isabel afterwards to see if what he was saying was correct. The jumpy and anxious guards were usually a bit more laid back and would be a lot more deferential when it came to dealing with Wizarding Knights, especially captains, but that was before the Queen was attacked under their watch and subsequently cursed. This resulted in the Royal Guards captain being dismissed and a lot of question being raised against the capabilities of the Royal Guards. Since then, the guards were a lot more thorough in their scrutiny of who would be allowed in the presence of the royal family, as any more failures would result in even greater consequences. Knowing this, Julius, along with the mission that he had to bin issues, Julius knew that he needed to be more careful when it came to dealing with the guards, as not even Isabel could help him if he was arrested by them. Hearing this, the guards stood aside and using a magical seal they started the process in opening the doors for Julius in order to admit him entrance into the palace. Making his way inside, Julius nodded to the guards and stared to make his way to the main throne room where the king was usually holding court in. As he made his way through the palace, he started to take in the splendor, as well as the opulence of his surroundings, from the high ceilings that looked to be held up by ornately designed pillars to the mirrors that were being used to reflect the light that was being let in by windows on one side of the corridor. The carpet he walked on was a lush red with gold trimmings that met up with a warm creamy-colored wall, where at intervals hung portraits of previous kings and princes of Clover Kingdom, along with the odd painting of the capital itself. One thing one can note when looking at these pictures of the previous kings and princes was that they all lacked any insignias that would affiliate them with a wizarding squad. As one of the few rules royalty had to follow was that they were not allowed to join the Wizarding Knights, as having a member of the royal family in one quad would upset the balance with the others. When Catherine married the king and became the queen, she had to surrender her position as the captain of the Crimson Lions due to this, and when he became of age, even the prince would have to obey this ruling. Another thing of note while making his way down the corridor that Julius noticed was the distinct lack of guards patrolling or standing guard, which, while a strange occurrence, might be even more evidence in the huff process of the king when it came to his trust in the royal guards. Such a decision was a bit baffling to Julius, as by preventing the guards from being posted around the main corridors of the palace like this, if he did so, the king was putting the royal family and by extension himself in even more danger. Though in some way this wouldn't surprise Julius at all, as for some reason the King was under the impression that he has near invincible with his magic, which was quite obviously not the truth when it came down to trying to match the power and capabilities of even the vice-captains of the wizarding squads. As he turned the corner, Julius came upon the first set of guards since he entered the palace. A group of 12 royal guards stood in front of a pair of green and golden doors, the front of each door completed with a golden dragon staring out with gold flames coming out of their mouth. The guards in front of the doors were better armed and robed than any of the other guards. These ones not being from any of the original squads but sworn to the Kira family directly, as only those sworn directly to the king's family would be allowed to defend him. It was on his approach to the guard's position that Julius is again told to stop, this time by Captain Yamamoto of the Royal Guards and one of the most feared wizards in Clover Kingdom, he who served the Kira family since he first got his grimoire, as he was picked due to his immensely powerful magic that allowed him to control gravity. He was born from one of House Kira's oldest retainer families and was one of the few wizards alive that the king could count as a close friend. Julius, I see you have somehow managed to worm your way into the palace once again. How did you manage it this time? Came the question from Yamamoto, who was looking at Julius through suspicious eyes. Contrary to the current situation and to popular belief, Yamamoto did like Julius and found him to be not only a smart and amusing wizard, but also one of the few wizards in Clover that could match him in power. They had sparred a few times during their free time and had yet to come up with a definitive winner. Between them, as both their magics were obscenely powerful and could end a fight in a single mover. While Yamamoto knew Julius would never do the king any harm due to his own vows, after what had happened to the queen he was less than willing to allow Julius, or anyone for that matter, a free pass, even if they both got along outside of their duty. I have come to inform His Majesty of some new developments in regard to the Queen on behalf of Isabel and Her Majesty. Is Her Majesty in any state to be delivering orders? Shot back the captain of the Royal Guards sharply. He had little time for poorly thought out excuses, and to his information the Queen was nowhere near capable of giving out order. Trust me, Captain Yamamoto, the Queen was lucid enough to give out these orders, and even if she didn't, Isabel has enough authority to see the king know. Last I checked, you are not the Wizarding King, came the bland response from Yamamoto, who was starting to lose interest in the conversation and was showing it by starting to advance on Julius. How observant of you, Captain, but I do come with her authority along with the Queen's. You could check for yourself, but the Queen has made it clear that she is not to be disturbed until she sees the king. You can of course accompany me, as I'm sure His Majesty will inform you anyway once he is made aware of the developments, and should I try anything not to your liking, you will be there to stop me. Julius replied with a slight nervous laugh, as by now Yamamoto was in front of him and had one hand on his grimoire pouch. Narrowing his eyes once more, all the while sizing him up once more, Yamamoto nodded and signaled for Julius to follow him as he tuned and gestured to the guards in front of the door to make way for them, and with a quick burst of mana the doors started to open. Once past the door they entered a much darker part of the palace with magical lighting and purple drapes hanging on the walls of another corridor, where at the end there was 1 meter or entrance that led to the throne room of the king. Turning his head slightly to his fellow wizard, all the while slowing his pace to a crawl, Yamamoto whispered to him while keeping an eye on his surroundings. Julius, the first hope you bring good news, as right now we could do with some. Well, you're in luck then, as it is good news, very good news indeed. Were you informed about a healer that called on the palace today with an offer to heal the Queen? I was. His Majesty dismissed her and made it clear that she was not permitted in the palace, as he saw her as a potential threat to him. Why, what happened? Replied Yamamoto as he stopped and looked at Julius. You will learn soon enough, Yamamoto. Now it's my turn. Why all the questions? Surely you have patched up all the leaks and weaknesses in the palace's defense. Though if that were the case, where were all the guards? Asked Julius in his own set of questions. Something is wrong, Julius. You know my loyalty is to His Majesty above all else, and while His Grace has always had a record of questionable decisions, he at least listened to his advisors or let those who had experience in areas do as was needed with little oversight. But as of late, he is limiting our capabilities and has started to strip the royal guards of their duties, came the worried response from Yamamoto, who now had a look of concern in his eyes. Whether it was for the king or something Julius couldn't tell. Are these changes due to the attack on the queen? Maybe his grace is worried about a mole or a repeat assault, responded Julius, who now also had a troubled look on his face as well. As this is the first time her hearing of these events. Julius, this all started happening before the attack. By the time her grace was attacked we were already scraping by to fill all the guard posts, as his grace had already limited our ranks. I was called away to a meeting with the king during the attack, but when I arrived, he just dismissed me but told me to stand guard at the door. Had I been present during the attack, Yamamoto left the rest unsaid. Why have we not been told this, Yamamoto? If the squad captains had known you were short on guards, we could have increased our own numbers that we assigned to the royal guards, replied Julius hastily. By now all sense of presence had left them both and they were stopped in the middle of the hall. What do you think would have happened if the Vermilions learnt that the king actively contributed indirectly to the attack on one of their own? Not to mention if the other nations became aware how lacking the king's protection was. I had to order everything kept quiet for the safety of not only the king but also the kingdom, came the now harshly whispered response, but there was a small mix of panic in the response. You're right, of course. If that came out, I don't want to think of the consequences, but what is going on now? Why did the king deny the queen a healer and why was she actually moved out of the royal quarters? I don't know. While the marriage was never one of love and was more for duty, I was never under the impression that there was such dislike between them, and if nothing the king was Alwa. YS a traditionalist that would look out for royals. But recently he just stopped caring at all and moved the queen almost as soon as yourself and the others went out looking for a cure. He stated that she would be safer in the tower. But when I request that either myself or the vice captain be assigned as guards, I was told to drop the issue. What more, he hasn't attempted to summon Isabel for an updated since you guys returned, which is protocol. While saying this, Yamamoto's worry was becoming even more clear to see as he started to recount numerous incidents that he found to be uncommon when it came to his oldest friend. Be honest with me. How much should we be concerned for the king and the rest of the royal family, if what you're saying is true? Came the much quieter response for a deadly pale Julius, whose eyes were now wide with shock at what he had just heard. If even half of what I have heard is true, then there is something wrong in the palace and we the Wizarding Knights they've been kept in the dark for too long about it. If this comes out to the captains, or gods forbid the parliament, we could be looking at a civil war, was the panicked thought that was going through Julius's mind. To be honest, I'm not sure. You know, His Majesty, he is a man with more hot air at his disposal than mana. For now I'm hope it just stays like that. The royal family is safe, to be sure. The royal guards have been instructed to keep their assigned members safe even if another should try to do harm on the king's orders. I made sure of that. I know what you're thinking, Julius, and I just want to make it clear that if you should try anything that can be seen as moving against the king, I will have to stop you. No matter my personal opinion, understand, Julius, looking in his eyes Julius could see a resolve that was made of steel entering his friend's eyes, and knew that even if he was unhappy and reluctant to do so, that any attempt on the king would be met with the full might of the captain of the royal guards. Trying to ignore the feeling of dread that started to settle in his stomach, Julius turned his focus forwards and signaled to Yamamoto that he was ready to move on and that he didn't want to proceed any further in a conversation that could very quickly turn in a direction that would lead to unwelcomed consequences. Taking note of his friend's expression as well as his pause, Chure Yamamoto sighed and proceeded to walk on forward, his face now portraying that of resolute confidence as if it was carved from stone itself. They had finally arrived at the purple satin drapes that framed the end of the corridor. Behind it sat the focus of their earlier conversation, not that either of them would ever admit it to anyone. Holding the drapes open in one hand, the captain indicated for Julius to proceed forwards while he himself followed behind. Following a red and gold carpet, Julius proceeded to enter the throne room and looking towards the end of the long carpet to where the king sat on his throne. It was raised on a great stone dais that was up a flight of marble steps, plush and red in color with fold trimmings and images of clovers adorning it. The throne was large, not to sit several people or a single person slouching on it. His Royal Majesty King Augustus Kira Clover XIII was a man of somewhat average height, draped in green and white cloak with a plush gray crown resting on his head framing his dirty orange hair. His very posture was one of contempt for those around him, and he was staring around with the air of annoyance and great boredom. When his The blue eyes settled on Julius and Yamamoto. They became sharp and a quick shot of insanity entered them before leaving as quickly as it came, so quickly in fact that Julius, if he wasn't warned before hand of the king's erratic behavior and was not looking for it, would have missed the look. Looking straight ahead and making sure not to angle his body in any way that could lessen the act, Julius bowed deeply, his head following quickly so as to not allow for eye contact with the king before his presence was accepted, noting that Yamamoto followed suit nearly immediately afterwards in the act. He, airing a slight reluctant grunt coming from the king, Julius quickly rose and didn't miss the look of content and glee that was fading from the king's eyes as he stared down from his throne at the two of them. "Your Majesty, it gladdens my ear to see you well and as powerful as ever," came the smooth greeting from the Grey Deer captain, as he had been long trained to deal with the likes of the king. "It is considered rude to speak without permission before a king, captain. I would have, though you of all people would have some manners," was the irritated response he received from the king, whose yes were now solely fixed on the man before him. "Then I beg the pardon of the king for the rudeness I have displayed, as I forgot to ask for permission for in my haste of spreading the good tidings from the queen's tower to you," Julius quickly replied, bowing his head in reverence, all the while maintains a calm and emotionless expression. "So, be it. What news do you bring to me from my wife's tower yet? Has she finally died?" came the even more impatient response from the king, as if he had something better to do than to listen to news of his own wife. For split second a sense of shock entered Julius' eyes along with a flash of anger, but that was just as quickly replaced with an emotionless expression once more. What has happened to the king for such a comment to come from his mouth? It seems that Yamamoto was right about the king if this was his response, came the horrified thought to Julius. "Fortunately not, your grace, in fact due to the aid of a friend of Isabel and Mysel. Both the queen and the unborn prince have been healed of both the illness and the curse that were afflicting them," Julius reported back neutrally. Glancing to his left he could see that Yamamoto had a pleased look in his eyes. But that quickly shifted to suspicion as they locked with Julius's. Looking up at the king, Julius could see a look of shock enter his eyes. That look was quickly turned to one of disbelief and then to one of outrage, as if someone had dared to defy the king with this news. "What do you mean she is healed? The illness was supposed to be uncurable and no one is able to lift the curse. How was she cured?" Then raged the king towards the now obviously shocked Julius, who was now stunned at the king's response and lack of care towards the queen. "During our travels we are able to call upon a friend of ours that can avail of a magic that can help cleanse one's body of imperfections as well as illnesses," responded Julius, who was now keenly aware that he needed to be very carefully in how he worded his responses, as it was now obvious to even him that something was not right with the king, even without the warning from Yamamoto. "You let some no-name peasant examine the queen without my permission, as well as permitting them entrance into my palace," came the now enraged response from the king, who now started to leak potent mana from his body as he started to lose control of his composure. "Her grace was placed in a tower that is in the palace ground belonging to the Wizarding King, and the queen herself gave permission for Kuiki to be present. As you know, that is all she needed. I assure you the queen was safe during the procedure, as both Isabel and myself were present along with members of the royal guards assigned to her." The look Julius was now getting from Yamamoto was one of a mixture of pure suspicion as well as respect for coming up with such a loophole of a response. "Your grace, while I do find the methods in which this woman was wed in the presence of your wife underhanded, it is perfectly legal as according to the parliament, and with the queen now healed up and with the same hopefully being true for the unborn prince, your position of strength over both the Vermilions and the Silva along with the other kingdoms can only improve," Yamamoto informed the king with a bland but advisory voice so as not to seem to agree with the methods that Julius had just stated were employed to save the queen. All the while noticing that the king's eyes were shifting between hope, horror and anger as the events of the day were being unwound before him. Something was wrong with the king, and Yamamoto was still furious that he couldn't find out what that issue is. Yes, we are happy to hear that the queen is back to full health, of course. Our own concern lies in the manner in which she was healed, as it was done without the approval of the crown nor any notice given to it." The reply from the king would have seemed kind and concerning, if not for the fact that it was strained and seemed to have a hint of reluctance to it, something that both wizards present at the time could pick up on. "Your grace, I must also inform you of even greater news. After being cured, the queen has now gone into labor and is in the process of giving birth to the prince, your son. Both the Wizarding King and Lady Kuiki are attending to her when I left. And the queen has asked for your presence so as to be there when your son is born. Julius interceded quickly, hoping that such news would be met with some more enthusiasm from the king and that it would help shed some more light on the current scenario. Surely the news that his line is going to continue and that his son is now being born will improve upon his mood and we will see a better respo. NSE from him. Though Julius in content certain that no man would frown upon the birth of their firstborn. Stealing a glance at Yamamoto, he saw that his friend's eyes were wide in wonder and his eyes glancing at the doors as if wont to bolt from the throne room and sprint to the queen's tower. So not only is my wife being treated by a stranger, but now she is giving birth to my son while in the presence of the same strange. Rage once more entering the king along with a good amount of indignation. It was obvious that the king was not happy with the current arrangement that was being explained to him, and he was close to losing it with Julius with the new update. All his plans were starting to unravel bit by bit. He was sure that she would die soon, what with the curse and the poison, but now it seemed like everything was coming apart. The plan was simple. By killing the queen indirectly, it would weaken the resolve of the kingdom and remove a major piece from the kingdom's defense. He would then use her death as an excuse to dismiss both the Wizarding King Isabel and Captain Yamamoto from their position and post them at the fort protecting the border of Spade Kingdom. With this one move, he would remove 3 potential threats to his plans as well as further destabilize the bonds between the 3 royal families, as it was the queen and Isabel that acted as the glue for the 3 families at the moment. If the queen was cured, not only would that prevent him from completing his initials plans, but with the addition of the prince, it would bind the 3 great family together even further and make breaking them apart near impossible for the near future. He couldn't allow for anyone to threaten him, and the birth of a child with both the potent mana of both the queen and king would be too much of a threat and needed to be removed from the equation. He knew his recent actions and attitude has been the cause of some raised eyebrows and the origin of some of the new rs that have been occurring behind his back. But with the royal guards and the ever-loyal follower Yamamoto, he was safe, and by removing some of the guards in his palace in chosen locations, it allowed him more freedom when it came to enacting his plans. Now, due to the being informed of her survival along with his son's impending birth in front of his own court, he had no choice but to go and make a show wing of caring, as while he was more than happy to increase the rift between everyone, he knew that at the moment, should things come to head, he was not ready to confront all his opponents. Better to like he was aware he had to appease everyone and cared about what the general populace thought. After all, the prince would be a baby and a child for some time, giving him plenty of chances to remove that obstacle, and once he was able to banish the damn healer from the kingdom for disobeying an order from the king, the queen would somehow recontract the illness that was previously causing her so much problems. Yes, best act as the caring and loving husband and father for a while, and then I can get everything back in order. Augustus thought sinisterly as he imagined all the things he would need to do in order to get his plan back on track, and what the planned end result was. I have decided that as a gracious and concerning husband I must go to my queen and see that is safe and healthy. A Captain Julius has informed me. The added news that my son, heir is currently being born also make it even more imperative that I present myself to our queen, Augustus announced to the court as he looked at Julius as if daring him to expose the lie he had just uttered. He knew the court was full of bootlickers and that served his objectives perfectly for now. But first I must make myself presentable to the queen, so I will send the captain back to give our queen and newly born prince more protection till I arrive. Captain Yamamoto will also accompany me as my main protection and to swear his allegiance to our new prince. Won't you, Captain? Of course, Your Grace. Nothing would make me prouder than to pledge my support to our new prince, shouted back Yamamoto as he saluted the king and finally let a prideful smile appear on his face, as for now that would be seen as proper after such an order. Turning towards Julius, Yamamoto could see the relief on his face. Yamamoto summed it up to the somewhat positive response from the king, as well as to the fact that he would soon be able to leave the court. Your Grace, if there is nothing else, shall I proceed to ensure the queen's safety then? Asked Julius, again making sure to keep a calm expression when he turned back to face the king, who for now had resumed his relaxed position on the throne, once again looking at them fro. M.A. head that was being propped up by his hand. Yes, we shall follow behind shortly. Yamamoto, make sure to wait outside for me as I will go get into something more dignified, responded the king as he glanced at his fingers. Looking for all the world that he had now lost interest in the current topic and was looking to be left alone once more. Seeing that the audience with the king was now over, both wizards bowed once more and proceeded to leave the throne room, with a bit more haste than was usually. They had made it halfway down the corridor from the throne room when Yamamoto felt Julius put a hand on his shoulders to stop him, giving the indication that he wanted to converse on the events that just happened. For the first time Julius took in the appearance of his friend as he had had time to do so beforehand due to the importance of informing the king of the new events that were just going on. Yamamoto was a tall figure with long enough black hair that allowed him to have bun at the top of his head. His eyes were slanted a bit with the blue of them shining with power and no small amount of knowledge. He wore black and white robes that had a red and gold sash that connected around the shoulders. It was this sash that held the captain's grimoire. The large broad shoulders and hand along with the near-chiseled chest that could be hinted at by the cloths showed off a man that when not protecting the royal family or eating and sleeping spent most of his time training for when the day came that he was needed. But looking closer Julius noticed the signs of stress creeping up on the Yamamoto. For while he held a strong stance it had the look of tiredness and even the black hair was now not as prominent as it once was and was duller than before. Julius knew how stressful it was working for people in powerful positions as he too felt stressed sometimes when working with Isabel sometime, but now after having had talked to the king himself he could further see the effects that having had to deal with the king and the consequences even for a while has started to have its effects on Yamamoto. I agree with you, something is wrong with the king, he has never acted this way before if I can remember. When did you first notice this change in attitude? Asked Julius in a worried tone, for as much as he was uncomfortable with the king, as a wizarding knight and captain it was his job to ensure the king's safety along with the royal guards. It started a month before the queen was attacked or so, as I said he started with reducing the guards and meeting with less and less dignitaries leaving most of it to the queen to do so, then after the queen was cursed he stopped seeing dignitaries altogether nearly. I have thought that with the current conduct on of the queen and the upcoming prince that we might see some positive changes in his outlook, replied Yamamoto as he looked forward, his arms crossed and his face showing he was in a deep thought at the possible notions. The healer that healed the queen was not only able to cure the queen of her illness but also able to remove her curse as well, rather effectively I must say, offered Julius the while giving a knowing look to his companion, urging him to see the unseen offer he was about to present. Wait, she was able to break the queen's curse as well and you didn't inform his majesty, why did you not do so? As once more suspicion started to enter Yamamoto's voice and posture. Because I believe that we may have to avail of her service once again soon enough, hinted Julius, his yes shifting to the throne room for a brief second. Julius, didn't I warn you what would happen if you opposed the king? Yamamoto, we both know something is wrong with his majesty and if nothing is done soon enough we could be looking at much worse consequences for the kingdom as a whole. Julius, the royal guards cannot and will not become kingmakers, if we do it now how long before the next set of royal guards decides to replace a king because they don't like him or because he doesn't pay them enough or one listen to them, all it takes is the one time to justify all the other times, Yamamoto nearly shouted back to Julius. But stopped short of it knowing where they were standing, his hand was once more resting on his grimoire and his eyes refusing to break contact with Julius's for W. While he did respect him Yamamoto understood what would happen if the royal guards went rouge. I'm not proposing harming the king, I'm proposing we help the king, after all it's your duty as a royal guard to protect the king and if the harm is afflicting the king from within I know it is in your power to force the king to get medical attention. Kuiki can check the king for any illness that is AFFL. Icting him at your request and heal him if that is the case, replied Julius in straightforward manner. Know that at this stage being truthful and Hones would get him further than trying to sugarcoat his plan. I know the limitation of my rights as the captain of the royal guards Julius, I also know that I need creditable proof to force the king to undergo a medical check, was the response given to Julius's proposal. To Julius it was better than a direct response in the form of an attack which would have happened if Yamamoto viewed the request as treasonous to the king. Two wizarding captains, one of them of the household guards, have now just stated and agreed that the recent decisions and actions of the king are completely out of character and are a threat to both the royal family and the kingdom. Is that not enough to warrant a check for a control spell or curse on the king? No, it is not. If you can get both the queen and the medic to support our theory, then maybe. That would be enough to conduct a forced medical check on the king, but that is only if both of them agree. You can vouch for this Kuiki, I take it then? Asked Yamamoto. He was slightly shaking now, his eyes darting around the corridor, taking in all the dark corners and shapes, as what was being discussed was borderline treason, and with the current attitude of the king, should he find out, it would mean certain death. Not just myself but the queen as well can vouch for her. I swear to you the king shall be under no harm while in our presence. I only want to help him, and through him the queen and newborn prince as well. You can even bring a host of royal guards with you as well if needed, Julius replied as he tried to reassure Yamamoto of the honest intent that the idea had for the king. He knew that by having some royal guards with him that it was more likely to work, as Yamamoto has absolute control over them and could trust them to protect the king if anything went wrong. Fine, but be warned that the king will not wait forever to go to the queen and will not stay there long, and once he is gone so is your window to convince me to have the examination done. I can stall the king for about another half hour or so before we arrive. You have till then to try to convince both this Kuiki and the queen to agree to an examination of the king, Yamamoto finally responded, afterwards letting out a sigh at having to agree to such underhanded method to ensure the safety of the king. He knew that if they proceeded with the check and nothing was found wrong with the king, he would either be dead or be dismissed from his position and would bring great shame onto his family, not to mention that all those involved as well in the examination would also be severely punished for doing so. Turning his head, he relayed the importance of this task and its ramifications to Julius without saying it out loud, no longer trusting himself in talking about such things. Both of the wizards once made their way towards the exit of the throne room entryway, no longer having any enthusiasm to continue any form of conversation with each other, the upcoming conspiracy being too much to ignore and talk around. Arriving at the point in which they both split up, Julius dared not look back at Yamamoto as he continued to walk on, but even as he moved on he could still hear the warning in his ear that he had received before they had departed. Do not waste this opportunity, Julius. The fate of the kingdom could now very well rest in you making the right decision when next we meet. The warning all but making it clear to him that should he make the wrong decision then all of them would suffer for it, and through them the kingdom would do so as well. Shaking his head, Julius proceeded to move forward, all the while wondering what he had just gotten himself into. The Queen's Tower. As he finished his retelling of what had transpired in the king's palace, Julius took stock of the room. Isabel looked to be in deep thought, but there was a sign of great worry on her face, and that was slowly being transformed into a slowly simmering anger at what she perceived to be a threat to the royal family as well as her own. She had started to pace the room after the first few minutes during the retelling and was now at the far end of the room looking out at the balcony, the dying sun's rays reflecting off her skin. Kuiki had repositioned herself as well, this time with a stool so as to be able to sit beside the prince's crib, and was not looking to be very pleased with the new information. Julius could nearly see scenarios being played in her head, and the sword that was on her back had been unsheathed and was being sharpened as she listened. Such a sound would send waves of shivers down the Julius's spine as he started to get images of a decapitated king and a burning palace. Shaking his head to rid himself of such horrors, he turned his attention to the main occupant of the room and the one who had the largest reaction of the queen herself. Catherine was now out of her bed for the first time since coming to the tower and was now looking outside the window that overlooked the palace. Her hands occupied with the Prince Akimitsu now being held in her arms once more. Her skin that had previously recovered most of its lost color and luster had paled, and her eyes were rife with worry for the future of her kingdom as well as for her husband, for as much as she thought of him as a fool and an annoyance, he was her husband, and at the end of the day he always seemed to have the best interest of the kingdom at heart, even if it never seemed so. Catherine couldn't comprehend how she had missed all the warning signs, the removal of the guards from key positions, the longer periods of seclusion that the king had subjected himself to, the fact that most of the official business and visits had fallen to her in the early months of her pregnancy. She had assumed at the time that most the stuff was due to the king wanting some space and time to process the fact that he was going to be a father and that he wanted her to feel not only more involved but also less constrained in the palace. To think that it could be due to more nefarious intentions didn't bode well for her, and from all she had heard from Julius she was beginning to think Julius was right in some of his assumptions. She would need to see the king for herself and judge her reaction to Julius's request for her support on how the king acted around her now that she was up and about with a living son. She hoped all these changes in the king was due to fear of her dying along with his son and not due to some possession or curse, as if it was, she feared what would happen when the one who caused the cure found out that it no longer worked. She was not ready to fight yet and may not be for some time, as while her mana was slowly being recharged, she still knew it would take years before she was back to the level she once was. As all the months in bed and not using either her mana or her body had severely weakened her. And with Kueki being confined to the Silver Reliquary and Isabel usually busy any protection was no longer assured, and if she was cursed or heaven forbid a Kimetsu, then there would be no one to remove the curse from them or heal them. She knew it was the wrong thing to say, but he hoped that if Julius was right and her husband was trying to kill her, then it was out of some twisted self-centered evil reason, then out of possession or a curse, so they could just kill him and be done with it and not have to deal with the potential fallout if it was. Isabel and Julius could handle Yamamoto, while Kueki with her limited capabilities would be able to deal with the rest of the royal guards while she protected the prince. That would be the main plan if things turned bad. This was her decision as she started to steel her resolve in how things were going to proceed. Giving a look at both Kueki and Isabel, she saw them both nod at her, signaling her that they would follow her lead when it came to dealing with this fiasco that was about to unfold in front of their eyes. Julius, I thank you for telling us everything, and you're right in your analysis that something is wrong with my husband, your king. But I cannot in good faith give permission for him to be medically examined by force just by your word alone. It wouldn't be right, not proper, and I hope to put some faith in my husband's capabilities. She replied, giving a watery smile to Julius, who now was standing to tea. He sighed of the room, his hands by his side, all the while giving her a small smile, as if to encourage her resolve. Here is what we need to do. We will act normal around my husband when he arrives, and while he is here we can inspect his actions and emotions. If what you say is true and he does mean harm to either my son or myself, then he will give some signal of his irritation at us being alive and try to force us into a position that would weaken our protection once more. Should that occur, and should it be in such a way that even I cannot condone his action or rationalize it, then I will give a signal to proceed with the examination. The same applies to either Kueki or Isabel, as I imagine the Wizarding King has some leeway in declaring the king unwell and needing to be examined. Julius opened his mouth to say something, but Catherine was having none of it and gave him a searing look to impress upon him the importance of not speaking until she was done herself. Both Kueki and Isabel smiled at the plan and nodded their heads, giving their acceptance at it. The doors and drapes to the balcony had been closed so as to provide as much privacy to the conversation as possible by Isabel, while Kueki had expanded her senses to the limit to check that there were no uninvited listeners. Should things turn violent, then here is how we shall proceed. Isabel and Julius, you two shall engage Yamamoto. Try not to kill him, as we will need him for late on. Kueki, you will need to deal with the royal guards as best as possible. Same request as I asked for Yamamoto, as we will need as much loyal wizards as possible on our side. I will deal with the king and protect my son, therefore all blame will fall to me and you guys will simply be carrying out my orders. Understand? At this all other occupants of the room nodded, as while they were not exactly happy with the plans, they saw the logic. If one of them killed the king, then it would be regicide and they would be executed at best for such an act. But if the queen did it and stated it was in defense of the newly born prince, then what was most like was exile instead, or death. While still not the best outcome to such a situation, it would allow for the prince to be raised by competent advisors and be protected by those who had unwavering loyalty to him. The queen might never again see the capital, but would be able to see her son one day, hopefully. Kueki's head suddenly shot up and her eyes went to the doors as she made her way to the center of the room and stood in front of the queen. The king has arrived, it seems, and not alone either. The doors to the room opened with a great bang, hitting against the walls of the tower so loudly that it woke up the young prince, who soon made his displeasure at being disturbed known. Strutting through the doorway in all his glory was His Majesty the King, along with his captain of the guard and a dozen royal guards who rushed to take their positions around the room to provide the best possible defense for the king. The king stopped when he reached a few steps into the room and looked around as if expecting everyone, including the baby, to fall on the knees to him, only stop when his sickly blue eyes landed on the queen and his newborn son. With a smile that was both sick and sweet at the same time, he walked up to the queen and proceeded to inspect her form and that of the baby in her arms. "It gladdens my ear to see that you are safe and well, my queen, and to learn that you have given me a son makes me even happier," he stated softly to her as if to comfort her about his absence. With only those who were monitoring his posture picking up on the harsh undertone to the statement. "My king, I too must confess my joy at finally being well enough to get out of bed. You see, and you're right, the arrival of our son will make our lives much brighter along with the future, don't you think so?" The queen replied as she kneeled swiftly to kiss the signet ring on his finger, all the while making sure not to smother or drop her son. Her joy for now was genuine, and her hopes she had just expressed just as much as she still clung to the thought of her husband not being evil. Naive and stupid definitely, but never evil. "Yes, it seems you are glowing, my queen, and after effect of the birth I take it. To think that such a nobody from someplace we never heard of was able to cure you of an illness that many of our most powerful we unable to do. We must reward you for that and honor you. Tell me, my dear healer, how did you heal the queen?" the king requested from Kueki, as he had just finished making his way to her position and stood in front of her, looking her up and down. His eyes not even glancing at the cleavage that was purposely left exposed so as to distract others from their thoughts. The king was not happy with these latest revelations. It seemed that the damn healer had did a very thorough job and had completely removed the illness from the queen's body, while also somehow lessening the effect of the curse to the point it couldn't be sensed by him. How this was possible he didn't know, but what he did know was that she had to go, as if she didn't then she risked ruining his plans no matter how many times he tried. He could also feel the queen's mana recharging at a ferocious rate, meaning that in only a few months she would have most of her mana back. Not that it matters with the way in which the curse worked on her. He could only feel fortunate that being in bed for so long had weakened her body and mana levels as much as it did, but knew it would only be a matter of time before those defects were resolved. Knowing this, he knew he would have to push up his timescale to get rid of both the queen and the prince once and for all. He was broken from his process when Kueki responded to his request. "My magic allows me to cleanse the body of any impurities and bring said body back to full health," was the direct response he got from her. Turning away from Kueki, already deciding she would never step into his city again after this was all over. "Truly an amazing magic, and you were proficient in it enough to help deliver my son too. She was my dear. Here, let me present you your new son and heir, Akimitsu Naruto Kira, the new royal prince of Clover," the queen quickly intervened, while presenting him with a wrapped bundle that was in her hand. Looking down at the first glance of his son, he first noticed the orange hair and the green eyes that stared back at him. His face was a bit rounder than the queen's and more like his own. The king tried to sense the child's mana and was astounded at what he sensed from the child. It was an enormous size of magic for a new born, nearly too much, and he could only sense it growing even greater over time. The necklace around the prince's neck also seemed to hold great power, but it seemed to be suppressed by something which was fine for the king. For one brief second the king felt a great sense of pride at holding his son, but it was very quickly stomped out by envy and anger at the child in front of him and a small amount of fear. This child had more power just from being born than he did when he was 10 times older. This child with his predicted power levels could easily rival him in power one day and be a threat to all his plans for the future, and such a thing could not be allowed. He needed to find a way to dispense of these new problems quickly. The king quickly deposited the prince back into his mother's arms and proceeded to walk around the room, taking some time to look outside from a window and stare at the rest of the room's occupants. He had no worries about being attacked here, as he knew how loyal of a dog Yamamoto was, and with himself and the rest the royal guards on top, any attack on his person was doomed to fail, but it was safer to not let on that he knew such a result would happen should it come to that. It seems, my dear, that you have did this tower into quite the home for yourself while here, he stated lazily while walking over to the crib and staring into it. My husband is too kind, but being here has made me realize how much I am Acess my rooms in the palace, and I tried to make it as homely as possible. The queen's reply was sweet and honest, but now there was a hint of sadness in it as well. For while many didn't notice she as they were too far away, she was close enough to see the flashes of emotions that entered her husband's eyes as he held her son. She also noticed the tightening of his fingers and features as the king gazed at him. She was initially elated to see the pride in the king's features, as when they had originally found out she was pregnant was one of the few times the king kissed her without care and to laugh and started to brag to those around him that his son was going to be the greatest wizard ever. When she had seen that pride in his eyes, she thought she was finally right and that holding his son had brought some sanity back to her husband, but it didn't. When she saw the pride turn to envy and then anger as well as horror, she knew there was something wrong with her husband. That combined with the fact that he had basically dumped their son in her hands like he was poisonous or something. Now this was in nowhere near enough evidence for her to think he needed a medical examination, but it also didn't help the situation. At the very least, it seemed like things were going to get violent soon enough in the palace. She started to manipulate her way to the crib so as to place Akemi Sue in it, as he would probably be safest there and would allow her to use her magic more freely. As she waked towards the crib, she glanced at both Isabel and Kueki. Isabel had a frown on her face and was standing in her trademark laze but ready position, while Kueki had her eyes fixed firmly on the king and was looked ready to jump him on the spot. It's good to hear that you tried to make this room as homely as possible, as sadly I must inform you that you will have to remain here for a while longer, my love, came the now sickly sweet voice of the king behind her as he had followed her to the crib as she lay there, sun down to rest. A flash of anger and desperation started to enter the queen at the notion that she would have to remain in the room that reminded her so much of her own weakness and the near death of her son. What do you mean I have to remain here? Why can't I return to our quarters in the palace? Surely I'm well enough to stay there now, and with me in the palace it would be easier for me to attend to my duties as queen. My love, I'm still not convinced that the threat is over, and now with a son and the fact that you have still yet to fully recover, I feel better. That you are here where you just said you were comfortable, close enough to both the Wizarding King's palace and my own, so as if something happens you will have the help of both palaces, and by keeping her there he could deprive her of training as well as reforging bonds with some of her family, and knowing where they were at all time would make it easier to get rid of them when he could, plus he wouldn't have to move her far when she got sick again. And don't worry about your duties, I have been looking after everything while you've been here, so it's no issue to keep doing so. He added nonchalant. Please dear, don't you want everyone to see their prince and view the new strength of the Kira house? Pleaded the queen, who was hoping that by appealing to his pride as a Kira that he would capitulate. I have made my decision, you shall remain here for now. The guards will ensure your safety while you remain here. The king shot back sharply. He raised his hand as if he was going to strike her for trying to tell him what to do, but instantly lowered his hand as he noticed the looks he was getting from some of the other room occupants. Across the room, Kueki let out a very low growl at what had just happened and was ready to launch herself across the room at the fool that would dare to even think about striking her friend. She knew the second he stood across from her that there was something wrong with him, and not in the sense of mental capacity, but in a much darker way. As he was standing across from her, she was able to finally scan the king with her senses, as something had been preventing her from doing so beforehand. While he did have a large amount of mana that was very bright, he also had a very small amount of dark mana that seemed to be lingering around his brain. What was even worse was the fact that the form of mana that she was feeling from it was very much like the mana that had been used to power the curse on the queen. So, it seems these devils are more cunning than I thought, she mentally added as she filed away such a though. To think that they would not only curse the queen but then somehow infect the king with some kind of parasite that could control him was frightening and made her worry for the future. To Kueki, that was all she needed to see to make the decision to look at the one called Yamamoto and give him a nod that she agreed to proceed with the forced examinations while the king's back was turned. But now she was just wondering if it wouldn't be better to just kill him on the spot to save the queen all the potential hassle it would be to let him live. It was only when she saw the queen narrow her eyes and give Yamamoto the same gesture as she had done did she start to realize that they were going to go forwards with their plan. Smiling to herself, Kuiki started to prepare herself to once more fix other people's problems. As she did so, a dark glow entered her head as her gaze drifted past the crib. Katharina had had enough of this. The final nail in the coffin was when he nearly struck her for asking him to allow her some dignity, something that he had never denied her before, and the very fact that he near turned fizz. Ikal was enough to convince her that something was not seriously wrong with the king and a medical examination might shed some light on it. So, while the king was turning back to make his way to the exit of the tower, she nodded once to Yamamoto, who was looking at her in concern, to make it clear to him that he had her approval to proceed. It happened so fast that she was kind of shocked at how easy it was to capture the King of Clover. 1 second he was striding past Kuiki and the next he was stuck in place with the ground around him starting to crack. A few seconds later, a blue sphere that Dona Ted Julius's magic sprang up around the other royal guards in the room. "What are you doing, Julius? We never agreed to you attacking my men. I told you that they would follow my orders," shouted Yamamoto, in no small amount of anger at the slight turn in events. "I know, my friend, but I did this in order to prevent unneeded questions." For now, they are stopped in a slight fragment of time, so focused is this spell that not even their minds can detect the passage of time, so that when the spell disappears it will appear to them that nothing happened, and it also makes it looks like that you acted against them if it all fails. And due to that they cannot be punished, as I was the one that captured them in their eyes," Julius stated, tiring to once again reassure his friend of his good intentions. Turning away from this confrontation, Catherine looked to Kuiki, who was looking wide-eyed at the magic bin used around her in wonder. "Kuiki, you can gawk at the display later. Can you please subdue to King and begin the examination?" "Yamamoto, if you would begin," she said sternly, making sure to stand in front for Akimitsu's crib just in case everything went to hell in a handbasket. Augustus had started to make his way to the exit of the room, planning to give a short speech on how it was important to look after the most vulnerable in the room like the queen and prince, and how they needed to stay here for their own protection. He would also add that he wanted Kuiki to accompany him to the throne room so he could reward her in front of his court, while in reality he would have Yamamoto's eyes her and throw her out of his city, or maybe kill her after what she nearly did to his plans. He wasn't sure yet. He had just passed her and was about to begin when he felt a great weight fall on him and hold him in place, making it impossible for him to move. He couldn't even turn his head to look around or move his eyes. But he could hear what was going on, and when he heard that Julius had attacked the royal guards and that Yamamoto was part of this plan, he was enraged. "How dare they try to harm me in such a backhanded way?" he shouted out in his mind, as what he assumed was Yamamoto's gravity magic prevented him from even speaking. "Kuiki, you can gawk at the display later. Can you please subdue to King and begin the examination?" "Yamamoto, if you would begin." "What does she mean by that?" "Your Royal Majesty King August Kira Clover 13, by my right as captain of the Royal Guards and under Article 2 Section 7 of the laws of this kingdom, I hereby, with the support of Knight Captain Julius, Queen Katharina and the on-site royal medic Kuiki, must inform you that you must undergo a medical examination conducted by Kuiki for the good of both the royal family and the kingdom. You may not object to this, and should you try to prevent or refuse this examination, I will escort you to the Parliament, where you will stand trial for treason against the Clover Kingdom. Do you understand?" came the commanding voice of his own Royal Guards captain. "What the hell is this law about? Why didn't I know about it? Damn it, I can't appear before the Parliament no matter what. If I do, they strip me of my powers, and then my plans are truly fucked. Looks like I will have to go through with this examination no matter my opinion. It's not like they will find anything damaging, but to do so against my wishes, why will all pay for this when this is over?" thought the now enraged king sinisterly, as he could feel the gravity lift enough so he could nod his head a tiny bit so as to give acceptance for the examination to proceed. Seeing the nod, Yamamoto released the king and they led him over to the queen's previously occupied bed, where Kuiki had just finished placing seals discreetly that would prevent the king from moving or fighting against her during the examination. They had to remove nearly all the king's clothes so as to not let any magical defenses prevent or hinder the examination. "Okay, medic, how long should this take?" asked the royal guard captain as they had finally managed to put the king into a deep sleep. "It shouldn't take long, it will be a quick scan of the body for any form of infections or dangerous forms of energy. Most of the scans will be located around the brain as that is where the likely issue is with his current behavior," Kuiki replied as she gone to run scan after scan on the king's body. Each time the scans came back negative, relaying the expected information that the king was not physically sick. When she relayed this news to the others, she got a mixed response from them all. Yamamoto looking pleased, while the queen and Julius looked worried, and Isabel just looked bored now that there was no action to be had. It was as she was running tests on the brain that she started to read some form of resistance from the king. His body started to shake and the charka she was injecting into the brain was being pushed back by the darker, more sinister mana. Seeing this, she shouted to the others to hold the king down as she further increased the amount of charka she pushed into the king, noting that sweat was starting to accumulate on her brow at the amount of charka she was using. "What is happening? What are you doing to the king?" shouted Yamamoto as he turned his head to glare at Kuiki. He had his grimoire out and was getting ready to unleash his magic on the person he perceived as a threat to his king. Seeing this, Kuiki stopped and leveled a glare at him that would have reduced him to ash if it could. "Your king is being possessed by some sort of brain parasite with the same mana origin as that of the curse placed on Catherine. In other words, somehow a devil got to your king during your watch and has been influencing him from the shadows," she hissed back at him. This latest update now had all the occupants reeling in shock at such a development, while they had all theorized at the possibility they were nearly assured that if a devil was responsible, then it would be due to a curse, not a parasite. "What do you mean influencing him? Is he being controlled?" whispered Catherine as she now held her husband's hand in worry for his safety, completely forgetting any animosity she had towards her husband. "No, it's not that bad. If it was, it would be easier to fix as we could just banish the devil. The parasite being used is doing two things to the king. It absorbs any good memories that surface along with emotions or thoughts and then uses the energy it gets from that to fuel the opposite. The bad memories, emotions and thoughts are empowered and brought to the forefront. For example, when memories of the queen are called upon, instead of getting natural or happy memories, he will receive bad memories of the queen, but the dark parts of them emphasized to make it many times worse. This in turn leads to his hate and anger for the queen festering and growing, and in turn the parasite will fuel it even further, making the situation even worse. To be completely honest, it's no surprise he wants to kill you, as if you were pregnant, then a lot of his memories since being infected with the parasite would be of both you and the boy. The only good thing being that with the prince being unborn, the parasite couldn't work effectively as there was no actually dark memories or feeling to associate with the prince to call upon. So that probably helped prolong your life, as he was not trying to kill the prince as well. The worst part is that because he is doing this without being possessed, even if I remove the parasite, he will still remember everything he did. He might not come back the same as he had left," she stated solemnly as they all stared at the king in pity at having to endure such torture and to have to keep endure it even after being cured himself. This could also explain his erratic behavior, as any selfish feeling or ideals would also be increased and any care for other dampened by the parasite. She softly added to the end of her statement, "Then remove the parasite then right now. The longer it remains there, the more damage it will do to the king," Yamamoto begged her now, his magic finally subsiding, only to be replaced by a deep feeling of sorry and self-loathing, as he was angry at himself for his failures. "I will if the queen wills it, and even then, it will not be easy to do," Kuiki replied as she glanced at the queen only to receive her confirmation to proceed. Closing her eyes once more, Kuiki began the complex process of channeling charka through the king's neural pathways to purge them of the tainted mana, all the while healing them of any damage they had sustained while being in its presence. When she had finally reached the crux of the dark mana pool, she started to send pulses of mana against it in order to disorientate it and to slowly break down its defense so as to not damage the brain of the king under the sudden increase in energy around the brain. Slowly it started to work. The darker mana, while resilient and somewhat embedded in the neural network of the king, had been rooted out by the previous Charka bursts, so it had nothing to sustain itself, and when the Charka bursts grew in strength it was unable to match it and so started to lose its potency after each subsequent attack. It was only after an hour of doing so did the last remnants of the dark energy finally leave the king's brain. Wiping the sweat that now dripped down her forehead, Kueki disengaged herself from the king's head and turned to look at the worried faces in the room. I have done what I can for the king. The parasite has finally been removed and I have tried to heal what I could from the side effects, but the likeliness is that there will always remain some form of reminder of what happened to him. Be it being slightly more selfish than usual or a less caring attitude to other. I just cannot tell, so you am I. She was stopped when she was embraced in a hug by the queen, who was sobbing quietly in the robes. Katharina was too relieved to care about any side effect of the procedure on the king. As far as she was aware, Kueki had once again proven how magnificent she was and had saved her family's lives once again. Both Julius and Yamamoto let out a sigh of relief and were sitting on chairs panting after having to experience such an order, both relieved that the king was ved and hoped that the future for the royal family would not be a bit brighter than it used to be. Isabel had a smug smile on her face as if she had never doubted her friend and had not even once read about the king and the future of the kingdom. When will he wake up? Asked Katharina as she traced the king's face with her hands, already noticing some of the color returning to him as well as that his fit had stopped. And he looked like he was having a peaceful sleep for the first time in an age. He will wake up in a day or two. The brain needs to mend itself now naturally so as to prevent even further trauma from appearing. You will see the changes once he is awake. He will be very confused and will need both yourself and the prince there to help calm and rebuild his confidence. Aki responded slowly as she turned to look back out the window. Making her way to it slowly, she reached out with one of her hands as if touching something that was unseen to all other. Her eyes were alluring far away and her own skin now a bit paler than it had been. There is something else you must know, she stated, turning around slowly to look at the occupants in the room. The moon that had risen was now shining behind her, giving her an even more ethereal visage. What, is the king going to have more side effects? Or are there some issues with the queen? Questioned Julius as he was the first to respond. All of them now transfixed on the image in front of them. No, nothing like that. As I said, the king will mostly be fine after some rest. No, what I mean is that this threat to the royal family is still present, she informed them, causing both Julius and Yamamoto to look around the room, while the queen took a step towards the crib. In what way, Kueki? Isabel asked as she was he only one able to put together words for now. Both the queen and the king have been targets of devil attacks. It's obvious to me that these devils have some kind of plan for Clover Kingdom and need the royal families, especially to be weak or divided in order to do so. As she said this, the room became deadly quiet. The guards who had been released from Julius's time spell after the king was pronounced cured were not staring at Kueki in abject horror. So, what do we do then? Asked the queen quietly as her eyes started to harden with a new resolve to see the devils that would dare target her family destroyed and grounded to dust. There is not much you can do at this point in time. If only a few devils can do this to your kingdom, what could 100 or 1,000 do? Right now you are not powerful enough to face them. The kingdom needs to be strong. The devils tried to take out the most powerful members of the kingdom but failed. It seems use that against them and stay vigilant and train to become better mages. Will they try to curse the king or queen again? Came the question from Yamamoto, who was not white in dread at what had just been revealed. It's no longer possible for the king or queen to be cursed, as their prolonged exposure to my magic has made them immune to curses or illnesses, as their mana has adapted some of my own magic into allowing it to cleanse the body of dark energies or illnesses passively. This will not work outside of their body though, as it's not potent enough so they can't heal other. She supplied back to the wizard, her response somewhat reluctant, as if she was withholding some key part of information. What about Akimitsu? Will he be the same as he was in my body when you were curing me, right? Came the now pleading voice of the queen, as she turned towards the crib in a panic and made her way towards it. I'm sorry, but no, that is not the case. While I was healing you, I prevented my magic from entering the prince so as to protect him against any threat of backlashes, as he wouldn't be connected. Because of this he wasn't exposed to my magic long enough to have the same side effect. So, he can still be cursed by devils then. For now yes, but I can provide the prince with the mana needed to allow him to avail of this side effect as well. There's one small issue though, this last part Kueki whispered as if hoping once more that nobody would hear her. Please Kueki, please protect my son, I will give you anything and any issue I will face with you head on if it means protecting my son. Came the pleading answer from the queen, who now had her son in her arms while looking around in near panic as if expecting a devil to appear out of one of the shadows in the room and attack them. This is not an issue you can help with Katharina nor prevent. No one can, not even me. When I healed the king, I used up a large amount of my mana to do so, she started, knowing that she was in the presence of wizards that didn't know our true powers. She had to change around the facts a bit so as not to confuse them. She still paused when she had to explain the next part. If I were to attempt to do the same procedure for the prince in order to give him passive protection from curses or illnesses, it will use up the last of my mana and I will die. Internal use, confidential. The first step is the hardest. And please note that I still do not own any unoriginal content in this story and that all the stated content belongs to the original studios or artist. AN2. I have gotten 1 or 2 comments on how this story should be marked. Keda's OC as the Naruto in this story will not be the Naruto of other stories. I disagree with this comment as I have laid out in previous chapters of this story, that the prince in this story while OT named Naruto directly will inherit some of Naruto's quirks and that for both of their souls to merge as successfully as they did it means that they are highly compatible. So, while yes the Naruto of this story is not the original Naruto or not called so, his actions and outlook will reflect Naruto and in the future he will come face to face with the original part of Naruto's soul and address it. In my opinion the Naruto in this story is more Naruto than in fanfics where Naruto is evil or dark, or in fanfics where he has a completely different personality. Naruto to me is not just a name but an expression and a personality that holds ties to the original character in some way or another, and so to me that make this a Naruto fic as the prince will act more like Naruto and share his perspectives more than fanfics where there is a completely different Naruto and all that remains is the name Naruto attached to a completely different being. Chapter 5. The first step is the hardest. A great wind howled through the village, leaving in its wake rattling windows and groaning trees. Those who were brave enough to leave their homes made quick work to relocate themselves to their new destination, on so as not to be nearly swept away by the wickedly sharp gusts. The village sat on a small set of hills that overlooked a large forest that surrounded it on all sides, with the only break in the bush being the stone road that went from through the village that sat behind large walls that acted to protect it from the unseen threats of the world. The houses in this village all varied in type from stone to wood framing, some only large enough for 1 or 2 people, while others were capable housing far more. In the center of the village where the through road split off into 3 new arms sat the town square. Surrounded on all sides by large stone building, with one side being home to a great cathedral and on the other side the large village hall. The village is called Ophelia and is seen as the largest of cities in the Forsaken Realm, which in and of itself is the largest and most underdeveloped province of Clover Kingdom. Due to its position in the kingdom, its residents were largely ignored by the rest of Clover Kingdom, and the village itself only managed to grow in size due to being located on the border to the Mana realm that led to the Heart's Kingdom, and so was seen as the safest of all the villages in the Forsaken Land. Its residents mostly comprised of middle-class peasants and merchants who had made their home in the village. What nobles did occupy the village did so for a cheaper living and to attempt to be a big fish in a small pond. The wealthiest of these families lived in manors that dotted the hillsides, and some even resided outside the village in forest manors, as due to their magic they had no need to fear any creature or foe that could threaten them. Ophelia was largely autonomous when it came to governance due to its distance from the capital and the size of its population as well as its demographics. It had its own basic laws and ruling council as well as its own school and protection force. This was due to the fact that unlike many other villages of similar sizes in the kingdom, Ophelia had not contributed to the Magical Knights squad in a long time, as most of their residents were classed as unsuitable to be knights, or they simple lacked the mana required to meet the requirements. Even the nobles tended to be looked down upon by others of similar ranks as they were residents of the poorest and least respected part of the kingdom. Due to this, the village was mainly ignored by the magical knights' squads and was usually left to its own devices. This in turn caused the village to form its own de facto protection force who were in charged with the protection of both the village and the rule of law. The village mandated that all wizards, no matter how much mana they had, must serve within the village protection force for all periods so as to ensure the constant safety of its inhabitants. If one were to leave the village by the south-facing gate and make their way into the forest, they would not be remedied for failing to notice a small trail that split off the road and winded its way deeper into the forest from the main road. At the end of this trail, one would find a stone wall with an entrance that was barred by a wrought iron gate. They were large and imposing, and if not inspected closely you would miss the light blue glimpses of light that darted across the surface due to a powerful magical barrier that ran around the walls. Behind the walls was a large manor that stood at several stories tall and had a large garden around it. The manor's walls were a pale white color and had wooden supports running around it and reaching up to the steep roof that topped it off. Dotted around the well-maintained garden was odd water features with benches framing them with stone walkways leading back to the manor that were lit by magical red lamps. The interior of the manor was open-planned with dining rooms and a kitchen on the ground floor and the bedrooms on the second. The walls were mostly cream white and were used to hang large paints from solid oak planks made up the floor and matched with the windows that were positioned to allow for as much light to flood the house as possible while still maintaining the manor's purpose of being private. The apparent peaceful atmosphere of the manor was shattered with a squeal that broke the silence and the thumping of feet against the wooden floor. Around one of the corners of the house and running down the stairs was an orange bullet that seemed to be bursting with excitement. The child had a large grin on his face as he was running away from his tormentor, his shining green eyes daring around the room looking for a place to sufficiently hide in order to escape his unjust punishment. Darting forward quickly, he slid under a couch and putting his hands over his mouth and eyes proceeded to hold his breath, hoping against hope that he wouldn't be found in his new hiding spot. Using his hearing, he could hear the sound of his pursuer making their way down the stairs steadily and into the room. They started pacing around the room, stopping at the curtains, and then started making its way out of the room. The child had to pinch himself so as to not giggle and give away his position and in the process get caught. Seeing his pursuer procked to stride to the exit of the room now, he let out a small sigh as he knew if left alone, he would win. Well, it seems like I will have to throw away all that ramen as there will be no one to eat it anymore. Oh well, I'll just have my fill, and that is that, sighed out his pursuer as they seemed to lament the fact that they would have to throw away the newly prepared food. This resulted in a look of shock and horror on the boy's face as he heard what was about to happen. Biting his lip, he began to wonder if the punishment was worth the food that was now on the line. He knew that they were not joking and that if he didn't make himself known he would lose all his proudly prepared raw men, and to him that was borderlining on blasphemy. His decision was made as he hears the telltale sounds of feet leaving the room and making its way towards the kitchen. Knowing that he had lost T's battle, he made his way out of his hiding place in haste, his mind now solely fixed on the ramen goodness at the end of the hall. "Oka-san, I'm here, can I have ramen now?" Cam the excited voice of the boy as he ran up to his mother and started to tug on the dress she was wearing while looking up at her bright green eyes. "I don't know, you might need to apologize first for your little prank you pulled upstairs first, okay?" came the reply from the boy's mom as she looked down at him with a stern face that was barely holding itself together, her own eyes twinkling with love and amusement as she tried to be the strict mother that she knew she had to be in this occasion, as it was on the last of numbers pranks that her son had pulled over the last few days, being cooked up in the manor while a storm raged outside for 3 days so far was not helping the situation at all. She herself was donned a newly made dress and was taking the newly soaked clothes that were the victim of her son's prank to the drying room. "I'm sorry Oka-san, I was just so bored and there is nothing to do inside the house. I just want to be outside. I promise I won't do it again," came the apology owned the child as he looked down at his bare feet in some form of shame. Of course, She knew that he would be back to pulling pranks the next day but was happy that her son was finally learning the bone. Dairies of what was considered fun and what was considered mean. You need to go upstairs and apologize to Naomi-san as she is the one who now has to clean up after your mess. Once you do that, go get rest and then dinner will be ready for you, understood? Naruto-kun, Katharina stated as she looked down at her son to make sure he got the point, trying to impart the understanding that by doing wrong, one must find a way to make amends for their mistakes and learn from them. Seeing the bobbing head of her son as he nodded to indicate his understanding of his new task, she shooed him away and watched head as he made his way back upstairs to begin. Catherine's prov, shaking her head once more at the comical situation that had just happened and letting a small smile grace her lips once Naruto had gone. She made her way back to the kitchen to finish the preparation on the pot of ramen she had been slaving over the last half hour. 6 years since I have seen the capital or my family and husband. 6 years of living in this remote village looking after my son and making sure no harm can come to him, she mused to herself as she started to add in the final ingredients into the broth that made up the ramen. She knew that some would think her actions reasonable and logical, but on the other side of the coin most would see them as treasonous and not in line with the ideals needed for a member of a royal family, much less the queen herself. But she didn't care what others thought of her or her actions. All that mattered was the safety of her child and making sure he could grow up to be the best possible version on himself, and she was sure that that could never happen after what had happened in the capital that night. Losing her friend and savior had been a huge loss to her, and know that it had been on her decision had caused such pain that it made it near unbearable for her. She had sworn there before her that she should do everything in her power to protect their legacy no matter the cost. For while her son was given a great boon from her decision, the price and repercussions of such an act would have also been great. No to mention that while it did prevent the most powerful of their enemies from having some form of misguided retributions, the events that night and the months beforehand had shown that nothing was assured and that she needed to take drastic steps to ensure the future of her people. She could still remember that night and all that had happened to lead her down this new untested path. Flashback 6 years ago in the capital. What do you mean you're going to die? My worry visible as I was under the impression that Kuiki had enough of her energy left to do the procedure and still make her way to the safety of the silver reliquary. What I mean, and is that due to having to heal the king along with my current condition that I told you about? What mana I have left can protect the prince from curses and possession, but doing such transfer will require all of my remaining mana. And once I no longer have mana I will be dead. Kuiki responded back to me, her voice now much quieter than usual and her eyes now glancing at my son. Who I had picked you from his crib so as to allow myself some peace of mind about what was going to happen. Knowing that what was about to be discussed was sensitive to some ears and would be very personal to Hand and T. Had only those who should be in the know should hear it, I looked at Julius and then gave a glance to the royal guards that were stationed around the room. While I did trust them with my life, I didn't trust them with my sons or with the secrets of my friends and allies. I was thankful when Julius took the hint and once again encased all the guards in his signature time locks, noting the annoyance T once again enter the eyes of the captain of the royal guard's face. Knowing that I needed to calm the mind of Yamamoto, as he was generally a calm person but was more tightly strung than usually lately, I turned fully to him and gave him a gentle reassuring smile. It's okay, Yama. I had Julius do that due to some of the information that is about to be discussed is sensitive and is need to know only. Sufficient to say none of the guards are in a need to know position bar yourself. Once all the information has been digested they will be released again, so please have some patience with us, okay? He grunt I got in reply was enough to turn back to Kuiki, who was now slowly pacing the room, the worry dripping off her as it was clear that the notion of what could happen was rightfully terrifying. Quote, there is also a bigger issue we need to address, Kuiki stated as she gave a glance to my husband who was still lying on the bed. What? As I said earlier, the parasite that had infected the king Nhanced and brought to the forefront all his negative options of whatever he was thinking of at the time. It didn't create the emotions or the thoughts, it just brought them to the forefront and along. With enhancing them it also subdued any notions of no following through with them. So, while the king might no longer have the parasite, he still has those feeling that it acted upon, he probably won't follow Through with them and they will be reduced in their mental effects, but they are still there and still a potential threat to you and the prince, was the terrifying response that I got from her. For a few moments I had forgotten about my husband and what he had went through. I was so wrapped up in first my happy emotions at all these events being in the past and when wroth with worry at Uwaki's statement that I had forgotten about the overall issue that started all this. If my husband still had these emotions and was to act upon them or be encouraged to do so by others, who saw them as a chance to advance themselves, there would be no going back for anyone. While I still knew that he would never try to physically harm me or our son, there was always the indirect harm that he could do. Oh, so at the prompting of others, and while he was protected from curses or possession, many others had no such protection and could be easily manipulated to do so by other devils. Devils, who now seemed to have some kind of plan for her kingdom that revolved around the fact of her and her son not surviving long enough to stop them. She needed to think up of a way to combat this growing fear, but every time she tried to come up with an idea, she just came up blank. If they put too much security, it would be obvious that something was wrong and would tip their hand to the devils that they knew. She, knew her husband would mostly be fine both physically and mentally speaking, as if they wanted him dead he would already be dead, which in turn indicated that they were probably relying on his incompetence as a king to keep Clover unprepared for whatever was coming. She started to play with the idea of hunting down the devils with some of the more powerful wizards, but quickly dismissed it, as it old. Not only would it leave the capital dangerously unprotected, but so she couldn't abandon her son no matter what. So, what can we do then? We need you around then to help counteract anything devils do, but we also need to ensure the safety of the prince. Isabel chimed in, her own worry at the newly arising situation now coming to the forefront herself as she started to make her way towards Kuaki. She knew that Isabel was greatly invested in the safety of the kingdom and would do anything to see it protected, many times hearing her near shout it at her husband when they were in a meeting with the Wizarding King. To be honest, she was surprised that Isabel hadn't been attacked by a devil yet, as she along with her sister were a very powerful deterrent to others and was hailed as one of the most powerful wizards alive, and leaving her alive would probably cause problems for the devils later. Maybe it was her constant companionship with Julius that acted as a form of deterrent. As together they would be near unbeatable and would pose a formidable threat to any who tried to oppose them. And while Yamamoto rivaled them in power, he was never in the public eyes, so few knew about his actual identity, much less how powerful he was, so that might explain how he has managed to avoid any attempts made by the devils. Even if I don't administer any protection to the prince, I would still be unavailable to help until I find a way to fix my limitation, so I wouldn't be of much help to anyone. Not to mention that if we don't make a decision on what to do soon, I will not even be able to help the prince. Kuaki responded, giving me a look that made it clear that the decision lay with me. What does she expect me to do? I can't just damn her to death. But I also need to okay after my son, and from what she said, she can't help us once she is in the reoquary and soon won't be able to help us at all. Her frustration was starting to get to her as she could no longer comprehend what was happening and why it was happening to her. All she had wanted to do was give birth to her son and raise her family to be noble and kind, while helping her husband lead the kingdom to a better future. But now that idea seemed a distant memory with what she was being forced to endure. I don't know what to do anymore. Kuaki is right that for all intent and purpose there is little she see and do now, and with no assurance in her finding a way to stay alive outside of the reliquary, might never be able to cleanse someone of a curse again. While I will always try to protect my son, I don't want to sacrifice a life for it. She was trying to sound strong and resolute in her resolve. Any sign of weakness would weaken the truth and meaning behind her words. Catherine, I want to be honest with you. I can do more than just protect the prince from curses, due to his mana still in its development stage, along with it his soul still being somewhat still unstable after the first procedure. Should I pour enough of my energy into him, not only will it give him the same level of protection that both the king and yourself have, but there is also the chance that it might imprint the cleansing property onto his mana and soul, allowing for him to maybe be able to heal others with his magic in the future. As you said, I won't be able to use my abilities anymore once I'm in the reliquary, and there is a chance that I might never find a way to get out of there. Kuaki, Your life is important to me and I'm sure everyone agrees here that it would be a poor way to repay you for all you have done just to ask you to sacrifice yourself for us. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. To think Kueki was trying to give even more evidence against choosing her to live was just unbelievable. I knew that giving Akimitsu the chance to have the ability to cleanse not only himself but also others of cursors or passion would be of a great benefit and that I should be jumping at the opportunity, but I couldn't not at the thought of giving up a friend willingly to gain that chance. It made me nearly sick just thinking about it. Katharina, I was fine with staying in the reliquary for an unknown length of time, with the assurance that both yourself and Akimitsu would be safe and well, but now knowing that that is no longer the case even with what we have done makes it even harder to accept. To be honest, after thinking about it some, I wasn't that excited to be staying in the reliquary, as it would just be another prison for me, and I have had enough of being held against my will and knowing it could all be for nothing makes it kind of pointless in my opinion. Also, trying to cheat death is never a good idea as death will always get the final say and I have already made an agreement with death as you knew. I think I would like to go out on my own term and not on other, wouldn't you like that? Hearing this response, tears started to appear in my eyes. Kueki was a strong woman, I had learned this from the stories she had told me of her life in the elemental nations, and from that I also learnt that she had a strong dislike to being forced to stay in one place. I knew that deep down that I wasn't going to win this argument with her, with the information that Akimitsu being in danger which would in turn put Naruto in danger and with there being a chance to prevent all that from happening, while also knowing deep down that Kueki would do anything to prevent that danger as she felt that she owed it to Naruto and in turn Akimitsu, that any debate on the matter was near impossible and that Kueki being who she is not one to change her mind once it's made up. You need to look after them for me, Katharina. The trials they will face will be great, the foes that will try to take them down will be many, but it is the future that they can herald that we need. Their strength will inspire others to follow them in their path no matter what they choose. Their decision will impact not just your kingdom but all those around, and there will be many that will resist that change no matter the cost. Snapping my eyes and attention back to Kueki as she spoke, I watched as she made her way to me and gestured to put Akimitsu back in the crib so she could transfer what was left of her chakra to him. This won't take long. Once done I will probably either die there and then or in the following few minutes. I need you to do two things for me, she said as she lay my son into his crib and proceeded to pour her chakra into him. Ask them and they will be done. Tears were now creeping from my eyes and I could see the other in the room were quiet or had looked away in some respect for privacy. First, when he is old enough, give him my sword as I would like for her not to be left alone without a wielder, and I believe that when ready Akimitsu might prove to be capable of carrying on my legacy with the bland. Second, please try to bury me in a field if possible, with a nice blossom tree overlooking the woods if possible. It would please me greatly to know that what is left of me will be surrounded by nature once more. She whispered as she gave me a pleading glance. She should have known that I couldn't in good faith refuse her, but I knew that she wanted to be assured of her wishes. It a promise. I smiled back watery as I could see her face start to lose color and feel her energy start to dim. I knew that to look away at her final act would be an insult, and so I sat there and watched as Kueki once again protected my family while knowing that I was too weak to do so myself. And that in the end I would lose someone to the plot made up by the devils. I will never forgive them for this, never. End of flashback. After Kueki's passing, it was decided among ourselves that she was right in her assumptions of the danger that we would face should it become known that both my son and I survived that night. With both myself still recovering from my ordeal and my son being just a newborn, we knew it would have only been a matter of time before we were attacked again, and with what Kueki said about my husband I knew that relying on him for safety would be stupid. So, it was decided amongst ourselves to go into hiding until Akimitsu was able to protect himself and I was back to my old fighting form, something that even after 6 years of staying in an old and forgot assidance of the Vermilion family still eluded me. Sure, I would now be able to match most wizarding captains in power, but that was nowhere near to when I was able to match Isabel and Yamamoto in a spar. And even though I could feel myself becoming stronger each and every day, I still knew it would take years before I was at my original power levels. There were certain events that helped us in proceeding with this new plan. My husband having forgotten the last few months of his life due to the passion that had messed with his memory, along with the fact that Julius knew someone that was able to seal away the memory of my successful birth from the minds of the royal guards present helped. I tried to keep in touch with what was happening in the capital but had been generally unable to do to the distance and the need for secrecy. I knew that Isabel had stepped down as the Wizarding King after the death of her sister, which was the result of another attack from a devil when she was still weak from giving birth, and that in turn led to the subsequent rise of Julius as the new king. I knew that my husband had returned to his old ways of general disinterest in anything that didn't affect the royal families, and was happy to leave the running of the kingdom to both the parliament and Julius, showing that even when not caring he could make wise decisions. Sadly, I didn't have much more information than that. Even when it came to my own family, I didn't know much, as the need for secrecy was too important to try reach out to them. They had been devastated at my death, and while not pulling out entirely, had still distanced themselves from the king and the Kira family. Strangely enough, it seems the Silva family followed suit after the death of their head of house. I need to stop with these thoughts. They are not helpful, and I need to prepare the ramen for the monster that is about to return, came the amused though that came to the forefront of my mind. Akimitsu, or Naruto as he was known to those closest to him, was just a ball of energy in every way. When he wasn't trying to go outside and play in the mud or run to the village, he was running around trying to climb everything, or in the worst and funniest cases make himself some ramen. Where that addiction to ramen comes from, I don't want to know, she though in exasperation. It had started when Naomi had made a batch a few weeks back, saying it was a recipe from her homeland of Hino. It was, as she said, a very popular dish and was quick and quite filling with numerous ways of making it healthy. We discovered Naruto's addiction to it when he had finished off his third bowl and had a tantrum when we stopped him from having a fourth, for while I was more than happy to let him have his favorite food, I knew I would be a bad parent to let him have too much of it. It was then I discovered the joy of being able to get him to do what I wanted him to do through bribing him with his now labeled fur of the gods. In Gene Raul, Naruto was a kind boy who was always ready to help people and quick to defend those in need. Sometimes he is too passionate about this, as numerous times I have had parents from the school come to me and complain about Naruto pouncing on their child for calling him a tomato or something like that. All I could do was smile and say I would talk to him about it, doing so over a bowl of ramen to show my approval of his somewhat heroic actions. My cutting of the final ingredients got a little harsher as I remembered some of those meetings. Calling my son a tomato. Bah, who do they think they're talking to? So what if my son showed them the errors of their ways through tough loving, was what I wanted to shout back at the parents, but knew that doing so would cause more problems than we could afford to have. Sighing again, I took the pot off the fire and started to put together the final parts for the ramen. I could hear the telltale signs of Naruto making his way back down the stairs. No doubt having just gotten dressed and having finished showing his remorse to Naomi for his most recent round of pranks, honestly, who still puts a bucket of water over a door? Sensing Naruto was not FFI cult, as he was not a quite child and tended to make noise wherever he went, and was more than happy to let others know of his presence. But the big thing that set Naruto apart from other of his age was the amount of mana that he let off from his body. It was incredible for his age, rivaling some of the wizarding knights in her time. She would soon have to start training him in how to conceal his mana, as it wouldn't do for others to be able to sense it. It had a very warm feel to it, and when it had once brushed against her own mana, it had actually calmed her own down a bit, as well as removed some of her fatigue that day. Sadly, she still had no idea of what type of magic Naruto could use, as he had yet to express it in physical form, and she was worried that if he did it when he couldn't control his mana, that he might end up destroying the manor in the backlash, and that would be the least of their concerns. But after reliving the past and having to once again suppress her emotions at what had happened, she started to wonder if she needed to have more faith in her son and the gift that Kuiki gave him. Maybe it was time for him to start testing his magical capabilities, and that in turn might mellow him out somewhat from the hyperactive child that he is currently. Okawa-san, can we have ramen now? Can we? Came the excited voice of the 6-year-old behind her that was starting to burst in anticipation of having to wait so long. Naruto was now dressed in light red and god top and black shorts with an image of a lion on the top. He still had no shoes on as he didn't like the feel of them, he mentioned. In his arms was his most prized passion, something that was a somewhat final gift from a friend of hers. It was an orange fox plushie with 9 tails that went wherever her son went. He wouldn't leave it out of his sight and for some reason insisted that it sat at the table when they had their meals. He could normally be found playing with it while chasing after her lion Leo, who was now learning not to let a 6-year-old hyperactive child have a ride on your back as they then to come back for more. She still laughed at the image of him running around the manor. Try to escape a squealing Naruto as he tired to grab onto his tail in order to play tag with him, having decided in the end to spend a few days in the forest so as to let the 6-year-old calm down some before coming back. Right then, sit down and have your dinner, Naruto, but only one bowl as punishment for what you did, okay? She knew she needed to be stern in this so he would understand that actions had consequences and that when you are truly sorry you had to act it and not just say it. She made sure her eyes were hard and unflinching when she looked at her son, waiting for his response. Nay. The pout she got in return made her nearly break in her composure at the cuteness of it, but in the end her endurance and motherly training paid off. Good, you will be better for it. Now what do I owe you? Say we start with some mana training tomorrow, huh? Least see if you can impress your Ka-san, okay? She smiled at her son, knowing that she needed to inspire him with confidence as she had decided to. Let him begin his first steps into being a wizard and only he could decide on what happened after. Really? The shout she got in response matched the speed in which his expression went from pouty to full on radiance as he smiled up to her with green eyes nearly on fire with excitement and anticipation. Yes, from what you told me along with some of the teachers in your school, they will begin their own training soon and it wouldn't do to have my son not being able to beat the rest of his class when they ask you to show off, okay? Her own pride starting to show at the nearly head-removing nod that she got in return. This along with the idea of one of his classmates matching her son in power or getting the notion that they could beat him just because she had forced him to hold back or not RN to harness his mana early made her decision more and more appealing. So, finish your ramen quickly and go to bed as tomorrow will be a long day for you and you will need all the energy you can get. In order to one day match your dear old Ka-san. Looking at him I could see he was starting to practically inhale the ramen while giving glances to the clock to probably see how long before he can start his training. Better warn Niami to get some more ramen ingredients and some medical supplies on the next run into town, she though silently to herself as she looked out the window at the raging storm. And in the flash of lightning spotted at the end of the garden on a hill the statue of a 9-tailed fox lying down looking for all intent asleep and at peace with itself. Hope you watching UAKI as it looks like our little warrior is starting his adventure soon and he will need both our guidance. Please review and comment when able to as it allows me to plan for future content and to see how much attention this story has and acts as a moral boost in writing future chapters.